Hi, Kimberly's just got 3 videos to talk about, and I've just sent you the links for them in order. So
these are all the links.
yeah, just those 3.
Yeah, so change it from my PC, sorry, speaker, to the question.
Every time.
Yeah.
So
For us to hear it.
okay.
Kimberly, could I get a quick sound check, please?
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I'm getting sound, because I'm getting the mic. That's us.
Because you need to be on speaker and that. Can you speak now?
Yes. Hello.
Be customized. Why is it customized? Oh, you're killing me. It was working 5 seconds ago. What did you change?
Just a moment. I'm going to get Kimberly to test.
Okay.
To show that.
Because we got one.
Because you can't just have
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello. Hi, it's Kimberly. Can you hear me?
It should be off.
Hello.
There we go.
Yep, that works.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hooray.
We can all hear you.
Yay. We have voice.
So Kimberly, when after you speak, when we go to the presentation, do I have to switch or?
Yes, we'll need to switch back to this
Can you
after.
show
It's
me?
when it's in person.
Yeah.
We'll switch back to this and then make sure that they're
between
spelled.
the YouTube video and her links, and can she just run now?
I think you might have to change.
Can you just stand there? So I'm going, like you're saying, I have to go back to that when it's YouTube.
Yes, because the sound's coming from here, not from the.
I can't hear anything anymore. Hello. I can't hear anything anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Your mic was muted.
All right. Would you like to kickstart your presentation? We have the room ready for you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. From Cessnock, where we're going underwater in the Hunter Valley, probably like everywhere else. Sorry I can't be there, missing all your faces. But anyway, I'm doing a local studies in a flash presentation, so I hope you can hear me. I've got some notes here, so if you see me just looking off screen, which is just trying to make the most of my flashy time. So basically, I wanted to tell you that we started an initiative about 2 years ago to showcase the local studies collection via a YouTube channel. So it was easy, you just set up a YouTube channel. It was one that we had at the library anyway, because we were doing a lot of story time and things like that. And I started a part of that YouTube channel that I call Live from the Archive. And I suppose I called it that because I'm an archivist and because often we're dealing with, its original material in our collection. So really more like museum objects and an archive collection. So we do videos. They're really short. They're really simple to do. I just talk off the top of my head, but you could have talking points. So as long as you're not being filmed, you could have talking points. I've done this like just dot points and you just speak to those. And the purpose of the videos, why we started it, was to showcase the collection. Specifically, it's diversity, because I think you may have had the experience where people think, oh, the local studies collection, it's all old photographs. And often people are very surprised at what you've got in your collection and they may not realize that you're collecting in a certain area. So because they're videos, by their nature, they showcase objects primarily, but I've also done live from the archive on paper-based records and photographs. They just need to be visual. It needs to be something that looks very visual. I keep the videos really short, so they're very quick. We share the links across our social media platforms. One of the things I did was I did a whole series answering really basic questions, and they were, and you'll see some of them in the videos, what's the most popular object in your collection? What's the oldest object in your collection? What's the most unusual object in your collection? And for that, what I did was I got A3 pieces of paper and I just typed up those questions in, like, 36-point bold and just printed them off. And the videos actually start with a zoom in on those questions. So you just see text across the screen that says, what's the oldest object in the collection? And then I start talking and show the oldest object answer, which is a fossil, which is not what people think. So the videos are filmed by one of the other librarians in the library. We use the library iPad. It's super simple and easy to do. The steps that we had to do that were get the council's communications team to approve the creation of a library YouTube channel, because everything has to go through your comms team. Choose objects from the collection, create some talking points about them, decide if you want to be on screen or not. I'm in some of them. Most of them I'm not on screen. It's just my voice. I'd say keep videos short and sweet. Using humor is good. And I'm going to show you one where I dress up in something and look absurd. Work out which staff member would be best to do the filming, and possibly somebody who knows a little bit of editing, and upload it. As I said before, you can be on camera or not. Sometimes I'm on camera. Sometimes it's just my hands in the frame. Upload to YouTube, share the link to your social media channels, and happy days. We've had a good response to the videos. It's also a nice way to acknowledge donors. So I will thank a donor in the video. I'll say, this object was donated by XYZ, thank you to them. And then if they have a social media presence or accounts, I'll tag them into it when we put the videos up on our social media channels. It has encouraged donations of less common items. I think that's it. So contact me if you need any further information. I'm really happy to help you. I've sent Amy 3 different types of videos, so I might get her to play them, and you can see what it looks like.
Thank you, Kimberly. Does anyone have any questions for Kimberly before I flick over to the... Yeah.
When she says short, how short?
Short, how short?
Under 2 minutes.
Okay, so we'll go over to the first YouTube link, and there's 3 altogether, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And this is an example of used humor. This is me being absurd. I couldn't hear any of that audio. Could you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, so the reason I had the mask on, it was during COVID time, and we have a big nostalgia festival up here at a little town called Curry, and you know, it's quite a big thing. People come from everywhere, and it has a focus on the 50s and 60s. So I do usually some large display case exhibitions and stuff. So something like that, hairdressing, you know, home hairdressing thing would be really good for that. And I was holding it up, and we did a version of holding it up. Oh, is that where the you know, the head thing goes? And I just said to my colleague who was filming, look, I'm just going to wear it, you know. And then, of course, we were seeing all those images from on the media of, you know, poor, you know, emergency services staff head to toe in plastic. So I just kind of felt I'd just throw in that I wasn't coming from a COVID ward. Okay, good.
Okay, next one. Yeah.
Yep. So you'll see that was 1 minute, 15 seconds.
And we'll just go to the last one now. Yep. There we go, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't know where that's come from. Oh, hello.
That's just story
Sorry.
time. That's just other things on the channel. Yeah. We
Okay.
use our YouTube channel quite a lot.
Yeah, we've got a question here.
When all these items that you saw are stored later on, is it
Yeah, when are the items that we show are stored later on? Is it in the storage area, in the archive?
Where are they
We
stored?
collect things from
Oh,
yeah.
the items are all in the local studies collection. So they're all in the collection. And so I pull them out, and I have a really big table. I just put them on the table because it's a blank white space for to actually do the filming. So there's no distraction around them.
Oh, thank you very much for this.
All good. Thank you, Kimberly. Very
Thank
inspiring.
you.
We'll be pulling out some weird objects from our collection soon and YouTubing them. Thank you.
Totally do it. Do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So I have to go to her and stop her from presenting.
And what kept happening is all through that, I'm getting knocked out by emails coming in, extremely crackers. And so
Sorry,
I
I'm
keep ringing, emails coming in, so out of the emails, yeah. That happens every time I try to end.
Oh, Kimberly O'Sullivan. Okay, Donna, who's the next presenter from? Okay, we'll just have a look. Okay, make an attendee. Do we have anyone remotely who would like to present? Oh, okay. What's her name? What's her name again? Michelle. What's her name? Okay. And then we'll go make a presenter, change, and I think we unmute her and she no, so she's unmuted at the moment.
Okay.
Hi, I'll just put my
Is that
presentation on.
Michelle?
It's Michelle.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Can you see this on my screen?
Yes, we can. I
Okay.
just need to put it into
Yeah,
slide.
that's okay. Just wanted to make sure you can see it. Okay, hello everybody. My presentation is relates to images in our collection, and working in local studies can be really challenging, and we all know that we have to be very good at multi-skilling and being organised. And one of the issues that I had is that Hawkesbury went to a new library management system a couple of years ago, just before COVID. And it meant taking our images, transferring them from a database into the library management system. And so that went reasonably successful, except our the keywords didn't transfer. They've just had to put them in the notes field, and we need to create subjects for them. However, I had a bit of an issue with that because using the database system that we had, it was a very quick process to add images. With the new library management system, it was going to take considerable time to catalogue them. So previously we used Perfect Pictures. We got a grant in the late 1990s to digitise our photographs, which at the time were about, I think we thought we had about 30,000, but we ended up, I think, digitising about 50,000. And at that time, when you digitised the photos, you were only digitising them to use as part of the database. They weren't being used as a conservation process or a delivery process. So we used that for up until that period, and it seemed to be doing quite the system. But with the new, we went with Aurora, and so our images transferred, and you can see a screenshot, and they're viewed as part of our. You can just type in a normal search, or you can just go to a separate catalogue for images. So that's sort of like the cataloguing screen. But basically, my issue was that it was going to take me a lot more time to catalogue. We have now up around the 90,000 images. I've been working at Hawkesbury for 42 years, and I'm looking at sort of like, you know, in the next few years, I'd like to retire. And I worked out how many of the images that are not online that need to be catalogued. And I think it works out that I'd have to work for another 16 years, which I'm not interested in. So I wanted to streamline the process. And so I discussed it with my IT person, and I said, is there any way that we can add bulk images, because a lot of the collections that we have might be a slide collection from the same person. Is there any way that we can just upload groups of 50 or 100 images at once, and then rather than individually doing it? So basically he had to think about it, and I told him, I said, can we use some sort of Excel spreadsheet or something like that? So he went away and he had to think about it. And he came up with a project, that some software which converts the images to the right size. I can do that, but he included this in it. But using an Excel file which can then be uploaded to Aurora. So we then went away. He did some testing. He came up with like the looks, not he was worried about what it looked like, and I said, like, we don't have a problem with what it looks like as long as it can do the basic things. So if I have a group of images, I put in all the basic stuff that I want to put in, and then I can then upload them, and then I can go in and individually just catalogue the title of the image, or add notes for individual photographs. And then that is uploaded. The spreadsheet is then uploaded with the images, and it reduces the time that I have to individually catalogue. And it streamlines adding bulk collections. It simplifies the time-consuming component of cataloguing, and it automatically converts the images if they're not already converted, and it will use your numbering system, or will number for you. And most of the fields are predictive to ensure that we have like uniform subjects and places and sizes, but there's also free text in all the fields. So we've sent this off to AIT, and they've given it its approval. I've only used the test database, and the approval came through last week. So this week I'll be doing some testing, I'll be doing some actual cataloguing. I've had somebody work with me in local studies for a temporary project, and I actually got her doing some of probably about 800 images, and they're ready to upload now that we can use it. So basically, I'm just saying, like, that sometimes we accept what we're given, and sometimes if we delve a bit deeper, I know it's not always possible, depending on what management system you use, that you can make things work for you. And this will mean that I'll be able to index a lot more photos that don't have any identification, and just through my knowledge, I'm aware of where they are, so that these can be catalogue for posterity. So basically that's my little presentation. If anyone's got any questions, you can contact me later or ask away.
Hello.
Hi, Michelle. There's a question online for you, and it's from Georgina. It's how do you find the trove harvesting from Aurora?
It's been working okay. On the odd occasion, if you click on the image, it wasn't harvesting. It would just take you back to our catalogue. But I believe that that's been amended now, and it's taking you directly to the image.
Hi Michelle, you mentioned that the images you're uploading was digitised at a time when it was just digitisation for access purposes. Are you redigitizing for digital press? And
yes, we have been doing that, yes.
And when you upload them to your Aurora catalogue, which version are you uploading?
Oh, just only thumbnails still. We're just using the smaller, because otherwise they take too long to load. So, and then we actually, you can download the images from the catalogue, but they're only like a small resolution. And if people want to purchase high ones, we actually have a charge for that.
So where are you storing your high resolution digitised imagery?
On a server that we have at the library, and as well as backup systems as well.
And how are they indexed?
They're what do you mean indexed? The ones that we store off site?
No, the digitised ones. How are they organised?
They've got a number, like a call number, so a session number. So there's a 6-digit number, and when you look on the catalogue, the number is it gives you the number, and the number is then that's how they're stored in numerical order.
Thank you.
And there was a question online. Do I think that they've been increased? I think so, because I do a lot of social media posts, and I link back to the catalogue, and people seem to be using them themselves in their own research and posts. So I think it has increased by having them online as part of the catalogue.
Mine's not a question. It's for anybody who, like me, is using Spiders. The latest version of Spiders is about to be released. Will enable you to upload a CSV file with bulk images and bulk metadata. So I've tested that in our test system and it works. So when the new one's released, I'll let you know how it goes.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Yep, one more.
It's actually a question to the room from how I'm reading it, and it says, is anyone dropping charges for high resolution images? We're considering this because of admin time. So are any of you not charging for your high res, or any of you considering not charging for your high res?
I think we've got 4 hands. Yep. Okay, thank you so much, Kimberly. That was great. Sorry. Sorry, Michelle. Michelle.
Oh, that Michelle. Oh, thank you. I think, any more questions for Michelle? Okay, thanks so much for that, Michelle. Okay, so that was a bit confused. Sorry. So the next person up is Michelle Richmond from Northern Beaches, who'll be giving us a really, really good introduction to what most of us call name titles office still.
I have a handout, which I don't know will be that helpful. It's very hard to do. I've got 25 copies. I don't know if you want it before I start or after as a summary of what I've said. What do you think? Before? So I only did 25. So you might want to pass them and share them around. It was a very hard thing to make a handout for. I will make them available.
This one here. And what about the web? Yeah. That should be working. Yeah, okay. Well,
Because
You're
the
good.
website's so small, I had to make it big because I've got pages, otherwise I couldn't read it.
yeah.
We're right. We've got them.
All right. So I'll just get your presentation up.
As I said,
What? Oh, okay. So we have here this one, navigating the departments. Okay. Okay. And then I need to go back and take Michelle. Just gotta take. Did I take her off? I'll come up. Share. And then window. And then that. And then it's very complicated from beginning. Okay, and then it's just
the down arrow.
Yeah. Can I see that? That's great.
Well, hello everybody, and thank you for having me. And I hope that you enjoy following this through. I called it the Department of Lands because that's the old name. Many of you might go straight to the HLV Historic Land Records Viewer, but I'm taking you back a step to the beginning of that website because there are other features which I use all the time. My background is a historian in the heritage world, so I've been using the Department of Lands for the last 25 years. And I used to go in and look at all the old books, and now it's all online. So I hope that some of what I'm showing you today will be stuff that you all know, but some of it will be new. So hopefully we can go on a journey. And I'm basically going to take you on a journey from one property, from the beginning right through to the grant, so that you can see how to use all the different features. So that's when the Department of Land's website, when you click onto it, you go into this page, and I'm going to be talking about the 6 maps part, and then this part up here, Property New South Wales Valuation Portal. So these are the 2 areas that I'll be looking at today. So just a little bit of background, because to know how the Department of Land site works, it's a bit funny here. Can I just close something that's over my notes? That's better. Okay, so just to let you know very, very briefly that, of course, all the land in Australia was Aboriginal land for thousands of years. When the First Fleet arrived, they made it all Crown land, which meant that after that, land had to be sold from the Crown. From about 1802, land dealings and transactions began to be officially recorded. And then in 1825, a central register of deeds was introduced. And this created a vendor's index, which we can now search online back to 1825. And later a purchaser's index, which didn't start till 1896. Now, there's a whole different system that have come through the years. So the original system, the old system's title in the early land titles, was based on the person. And so you had to prove who you were more than the land you were owning. So it was based on and gave you lots of information on maybe who you were married to and et cetera, and lots of words. And that was the old system's title. There was no particular map on those deeds of the outline of the land. Then in 1863, with the commencement of the Real Property Act, the Torrence title system was introduced. And this system was based on the size of the land more than the person, and certificates of title were introduced with each title given a volume and folio number. But it was not compulsory to convert to this system, and many of you know that a lot of land is still in old systems title, especially as you go back. Now, to convert from old systems to Torrence title, you needed a primary application. Now, this was basically the last hurrah of proving who you were. And these packets, which are held at the State Records Office, hold all sorts of amazing information. It might have
affidavits from your neighbours saying, yes, he was a great bloke and he was my neighbour for years. It might have plans of subdivision, all sorts of things you can get from those packets. But here online, we can actually look at the other part of the packet, which was the chain of title deeds going all the way back to the grant. And so they're very valuable for us when we're searching. And then more recently, in about 1999, there was a little bit of an earlier system, but in 1999, the integrated titling system was introduced. And now every tiny bit of land has a lot and DP number, even the roads and the parks. So everything now is named and searchable. So now we're going to start with the website after that bit of background information, and we're going to follow the story of this property at 20 Daisy Street, North Balgowlah. So excuse me, because I'm going to have to type, so hopefully we can do all these both screens at the same time. Oh, I didn't want that one. Let's hope it links. Yay! Now on this site, you can see, can I scroll down? No, it didn't work? Okay.
What I might have to do is add another sharing. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Here it is, Spatial. It's going to be a bit tricky toggling, so I'm just going to sit here.
Okay, it's not a lot of toggling.
Why isn't that sharing?
We're just trying to get it up on the screen.
So there's your thing, and then we want to share that one, correct? The Spatial.
Otherwise, we can just go straight in from Google and go straight into the site. So type Spatial Information Exchange.
The problem is it's not showing that.
No, it's not showing
that screen.
Yeah, I think that's what you're doing.
I found this lovely property in North Balgowlah. You know, you get so many funny things when you're a local state. Somebody told me it was the original dairy farm. So I was trying to figure out if there was any relationship between this beautiful old house and a big dairy farm. I haven't found that link yet, no matter how far I've gone back. But I did find that the stonemason from the Manly Cemetery did the stonework for the house. It's quite a nice thing to find out.
The view on it. She's only allows one share.
One sharing of one screen at a time.
Yeah.
So how do I unshare that one?
Okay. So
share content.
Oh, so you were unshared.
And I was sharing here. Look, here's this, and then there it is.
And it's right, and it's really not going to that.
No, it's not going to it.
Okay, that's a little bit.
And then if I go.
But if we type in some Google, can we go straight into the website or
But it's not even going onto the website. That's the issue. So it's how to is there another degree of unsharing that you can do?
So take that off. So unshared.
Unshare. Cool.
And go share again.
Although it's still sharing that, so maybe.
Yeah, but it's like it's frozen.
It is,
that.
isn't it?
You can close the PowerPoint if you want to.
Yeah, actually, that might be kind of kicking it ahead approach.
Ah, there it is. So does that mean it's going to be tricky going back to my PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay. There's not much on the PowerPoint, so if it's going to be tricky, I might just... All right, so sorry about that. We've got our technology working again. So you can see that the property valuation portal there and the 6 maps down here. There's other things on this site that one day might be of use to us, but they're not particularly useful for local studies searching. So I'm going to click on the property valuation portal. Oh, it just opens. It's very, very touchy. And then we go from here, first of all, because for some unknown reason, the way they've set it up is if you click on 6 maps first, it takes you out of the actual website. So then I'm going to go back to the front page, the Spatial Information Exchange, and I'm going to click on 6 Maps. Now I know you've all used this many, many times. So you've got the 6 Maps viewer and the Historic Imagery viewer. Have you all seen this new Historic Imagery viewer? Just in case you haven't, oh, it keeps opening pages when I'm not touching things. Well, where's it gone? It was there for a minute ago. Let's go back, we'll try it again. So on this page, oh, why does it keep doing this? Do you have to? Do not show this screen again. Okay, they didn't have this screen yesterday, and there we go. Is there an enter? I can't get the arrow from up here.
You might have to reduce the bottom right-hand corner box.
No, that's not the page I want.
Just minimize this. What if I minimize this? Can
you just get rid of that?
Yep.
Okay, there's the okay. Okay, so I'm not going to show you very much on here, but I'm just going to show you if you type in an address. It zooms in on the site with a black dot there. And then my screen is very different to here. And I'm going to try and find it. This is very annoying because this is very different to how it works on my screen.
Might be the top right-hand arrow, Michelle. The top right-hand arrow, try that one.
Here? That one? Okay, thank you, Sherelle. And it comes up with all these dates for all the historic photos. This is very useful for us when we're searching, especially if you want to find out when a property's been demolished. But you have to, just a couple of tips. You click on it, 1943. And you can see there's my property there with the black dot. But you've got to click off it. So you have to turn it off and then you turn the next one on and you think, whoops, nothing in 44, etc. But I know there's a 65 and it comes up. So every year that it's got your area, it comes up. And you can go on and so forth. I won't go into all of it, but that's just another great tool if you haven't discovered that already. So now we go into our 6 Maps viewer. And we accept everything. It's hard when you're nervous because you shake and then everything wobbles. And we type in our search and we're going to search for our little 20 Daisy Street.
Typo, Michelle.
Thank you. I told my team to tell me about my typos. And we come zooming into 20 Daisy Street. Oops, that's what I didn't want to do. Sorry. In Zoom. How do we zoom? That's good. That's better. And so for those people who have used this many, many times, you know it has a lot of features. Over here, we can now do the lot labels and the lot boundaries. Remember how everything has a lot and DP now? So we can get the lot and DP here if you don't know it already for your land title searching. If it doesn't come up, you just zoom in further until it finally puts all the information there. Oops. Sorry, it's very touchy, this little screen. Well, it usually comes up very quickly. On that, it will come up. There it is. So it's Lot A in DP 402710. And you can see from already from doing that, that it's, oh golly, this is touchy. Anyway, you can see it's part of a bigger site. There's an A and a B. So that also tells you right from the beginning when you're searching that this site has been subdivided from the original. Now we've lost our other screen. Oh, this is really fun. Sorry, everybody. It's so touchy, it keeps jumping in and out. But over on this one, you know, you can do your base maps. And the other thing I was just going to show you, if anyone hasn't found it, 1943, and you slide between current and 1943, and then you get the 1943 imagery, in case you haven't, no one's seen that. But I'm sure most of you use that all the time. So we're going on back to our website. And back here. So we clicked on the Property New South Wales Valuation Portal, and then up the top here, Online New South Wales. Now, the reason I take you to this site is some people haven't seen this part of it, and it's very helpful when you're searching. Because here you can put in the address. So if you don't know your volume and folio, you don't know your lot and DP, you can start off on this site and go backwards. So we're going to put in our 20 Daisy Street. North Valgalla. Oops. And hit search. And you will find that it clocks up the both 20 Daisy Streets, the B and the A. You can see that, but we know we're looking at the front house. So we click on B. There's the original title, Lot A in DP 402710. We're going to find the records. And now we're going backwards. So we want to search prior title. So there it says prior title, and we click view. We make sure we're not a robot. And then we proceed. Nope, didn't like it. Okay. See, I told you my typos are not good. Oh, it's gone capitals, I see. How do I get rid of the cap lock? XDRIH. Proceed. So we get a number here, a volume and folio number. Now what you need to know is if that is lower than 8,500 or 8,499, you can search straight away. If it's higher than that, you can't search online at the moment, but I'm going to show you a few tricks later on about that. So we copy that number. I hope I can do this. Copy, good. Then we have to go back a page, and then we launch into the Historic Lands Records Viewer. We launch it. We accept. And we have this little search bar. So we're going to do an attribute search. And when we do the drop-down menu, we want to find volume and folio because that's how you search Torrance title. So we scroll all the way down, volume and folio. And then over in the search bar, we paste our numbers. And then we hit enter. And lo and behold, up the bottom comes that title deed. So we click on the title deed and we go into it. And you can see there's our lot A. It's so tricky on this little pad. Can I use this? Yeah, well, that's good. If I can use these to go up and down, that's a little bit easier. Okay, so we've got a lot of information on this page that's useful for our searching. We find out that our, oops, he keeps getting bigger. Come on, smaller. Bigger. Oh, this is so touchy. Well, I'll try and keep it about there. Oh, anyway, there we go. So stop moving on me. So this is going to make you all seasick. It's very, very touchy. Now, if I just want to move it without enlarging it, how can I do that? This way. Okay, so we know that Cecil Holland and his wife Madeline are the owners. We can see down here that they're from in the land of Balgowlah, the Shire of Warringah, the parish of Manly Cove, a good place to find your parish for your parish map searching. We know that it's Lot A in a plan of transfer, blah, blah, and it's part of portion 1201 granted to Hugh Patterson on the 13th of May, 1859. That's really important to know that it's Hugh Patterson's grant for when we're searching back. We can go on and look on this document for all sorts of information. We can see the transfers. We can see, this is very tricky, sorry everybody, that obviously the husband has died and Madeline's become the sole proprietor. And we can then get on to the second page, if I can scroll down. You see where page 2 is it down there?
Yeah.
There it is. We can get on to page 2 and you've got all the chain of title deeds there. At the end here it says that folio is finished, no more dealings. So if you need anything more recent, I found that our council archives or council record system, we have TRIM. There's a lot of information. So for going forward, I then go on to council records because this is as far as you can go forward from the Department of Land's website. But if we go back to page 1, the other thing we need is this document up the top here. And this shows us that the prior title is volume 6895 folio 129 and we've also got a primary application number. So great for our searching. So now we're going to start going backwards. And I might cut this a bit short because it's very touchy up here. So you start off, the first one going backwards was 6895. Nope, back. 6895 folio 129 and we search that. We find it here. And we've got our same block of land. Now we can see that it's a little bit larger. So this was before it was subdivided. And we can see that it was lot number 14 in this original DP. Now I would show you this, but I don't want to go back to my other screen because it's all a bit touchy. And then we continue going to the top of each page and we can see going back to all of our prior titles. So we keep doing this until we get right back to the primary application. So I'm now going to show you the one before the primary application, which is two folio 223. When you look at this, you can see it's now 8 pages. That gives you a hint. This is probably when the subdivision was created. And if we look, we can see, yes, New South Wales Realty. Yes, it's a developer. He's got a whole lot of land. And if we read it, it tells you how much land he's got. Nope, nothing's moving now. We've all frozen. The whole thing's frozen.
And if I close that, just have to go in again. Is that
down there? They're on the 8. It's very touchy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But I think you're back in business.
It's not doing much, but let's see if it'll go up. Yeah, okay. You can see there on this information that he now has land and it is 27 acres. So yeah, this is the original subdivision. This is the 27 acres of land that was subdivided. So if we scroll down to the bottom, oh, I can't quite get to the bottom. I can't get to the page. Okay, and then the next page. And you can see that there is the big subdivision. And you can see on that it's right on Burnt Bridge Creek. If you can read that along there, every time I try and enlarge it, it goes all over the place. So there is the land on Burnt Bridge Creek. It's a big portion of land. So we know we're at the big original subdivision. And then we saw on the front page that it was primary application 18976. So I'm not going to keep doing this because it's so touchy. I'm just going to take you back to that document. So now instead of looking at the attributes for the volume and folio, we're looking at the attributes for the primary application. And then we type in the number here. And that number is 18976. And amazingly, there's 3 documents. Often you only find one, but this time there's 3 documents for that primary application. We click on the first one. It's not much information, not worth looking at, so we get rid of that. We click on the second one, 12 pages. And this is what you will usually find, this application. It looks a bit like this, and we'll see what information is in there. If I can click. No, not the second. It may come up on your screen eventually. Doesn't want to come up. All right, so you'll get all sorts of information on here. Now what you need to do is make sure that you're following your same plot of land. We remember that it was on Burnt Bridge Creek and it was a grant to Hugh Patterson. So there it is, a grant to Hugh Patterson, 13th of May, 1859. See that G there? That's a grant. And then it gives you a little tiny reference there, which is your book and number reference, which you can then go and look up. Down here, it's C for conveyance. Conveyance is your transfer. They're the ones you're interested in. M for mortgage. That doesn't help you with your searching. So on these documents, you'll find lots of information that you don't need. Make sure you're following the right piece of land because it might be other land that New South Wales Realty also owned. So you just make sure you're following the correct piece of land. I'm not going to do any more on that one. Oop, and then we were out of it altogether. And then we close that one. And we're going to look at the final document that we got. And very fortunately, you don't always get this, but this actually gives you the land and then a summary of all the transactions. So you can see C for conveyance is one there and a C for conveyance is one there. So then we know that these are the sales that we want to trace back and we can keep going back and back. So we're going to look at the first one, which is book and number now. We're in old systems title, book 66, number 873. So we go over here and we close this primary application and we come into book and number. So we go up to book a number and we type in that number. So it's book 66 and number 873. Now when we look at this one, remember lots and lots of words. The old systems title is very, very wordy and there's lots and lots of stuff in here that you probably don't need, but there's also little gems. So it starts off, this indenture or conveyance was made on the 12th day of May in the year of our Lord 1860 between Hugh Patterson, yes, he's our guy, in the colony of New South Wales, and George Spilsbury. I would make it smaller, but I don't trust this little document. And it tells us a little bit about Hugh Patterson. It gives you the fact that he was married, that he's a dentist, etc., etc. So you get all sorts of information. But then down here, it's got a schedule and it says all that piece and parcel of land and it describes it, 5 chains next to this fence, over this hill, down the dale. But at the end of all of that, it says comprising of the grant from the Crown to Patterson on the 13th of May, 1859. So we know we're following the right piece of land. So that was Hugh Patterson to George Spilsbury. Now we go into our next one, which was book 1007 and number 521. And this is a great, we see it's an indenture. We have a look at the top. Oh. I hope you can read that a little bit because it's very touchy. But it says it's between Alice May Bauer and the New South Wales Realty Limited. So then we think, what happened to George Spilsbury? So there's got to be another transaction here. So how do we find out when that transaction happened? So I'm going to show you now how to use the valuation records, the vendors index, I mean, because we know that George Spilsbury purchased the land in 1860, but when did he sell it to Alice Bauer? So now we're going to go back here and we're going to use these old system records over here. So we click on this arrow that drops down the old system records and we want the old system indexes. So we click on that arrow and then we're going all the way down till we come to the vendors index. And hopefully it's not wide enough, but I think there's two vendors index. I've got to make sure I've got the right one. I think it's the bottom one. No, that's the MAC only. We don't want the MAC only. So we click on the vendors index. Okay, now when we go to our attributes, there's less things to drop down. But what we need for the vendors index is the surname and initial. So we click on there and it is actually the first two letters of the owner. So it's SP for Spilsbury. And then we hit enter. And now up comes all the records from 1825 for any owners with SP for Spilsbury. Now we know that he purchased the land in 1860, so we don't have to search all these earlier records, but we then start searching from 1860 onwards. When did he sell the land? So we go in here and you see it starts off with SPA and we know we're looking for SPI. So what we can do, if I can get to the bottom over here, is we can click through a few pages, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we're up to SPE, but we're looking for SPI, SPE, and now we're at SPE, SPI, Spicer, Spires, and then, oh, he's not there. So we know that he didn't sell it this year. So then what we do, and I'm not going to do this for you, but you go through every year to see when did he sell the land. And I've done this for you already, so I can take you straight there. But you can see we have to go on to page 2. And I know that he sold the land in 1909. So I click here in the 1909. And we see it starts SPA. I would make it bigger, but oh, so touchy. And we want to find SPI, so I know I can click forward. Oops, back one. And on this page, whoops, whoop. Oh, good, you can see it. George James Spilsbury selling it to Alice Bauer. And you can see there is your book number, your book and number reference. C of E of R, we're going to find out what that means, but we know it's the right land, Cumberland, County Manly Cove, Burnt Bridge Creek, Grant to Patterson. Great. So now we've got another reference and we can get that link. So we close out of that and we go back. We close those. And we're going to go back to our what have I not closed? We want to go back to our book and number search, tick that off. There we go. We go back to our book and number search and we type in that new reference that we found, which is 899415. And we come here. And that's not it. What did I typo? 4889. That's my typos again. Oh, 415. And if this comes up, it says that it was the transfer between George Spilsbury and Mary Bower. And if it doesn't come up, oh yes, there it is. But it also gives you this lovely story. I'll show you at the top. There it is. George James Spilsbury to Alice Mary Bower. And as we said, you get lots of information here. And down here, you will say that on this bit it says, now this indenture witnessed that in the pursuance of the agreement, in consideration of the natural love and affection which he has said the George Spilsbury has bequeathed towards his daughter, the said Alice May Bower. So we know that this wasn't a normal transfer, it was a donation bequeathed to his daughter. So that's another lovely little piece of information that we have there. Now you could have also gone to the purchasers index and you could actually found when did Miss Bower buy the land as opposed to when did Spilsbury sell the land. And you could go into the purchasers index and do the same as you did with the vendors index. But I won't do that now because it's all a bit touchy. So that's how you can search all the way back to the grant using all those features. But I'm just going to now go back to 6 maps and I'm going to look at another property that's not so straightforward and just very briefly touch on this one. So we're going to look at a property. Actually, we'll go over here first, I think. Okay, so this property is 76 Oliver Street. Gee, I'm glad you're out there following me. This is very, very helpful. And we're going to search 76 Oliver Street. We go over here. There's 2. The one that we want is the front site, the B, find records, prior title, and prove we're not a robot. Oh, it's higher than 8,500. So what are we going to do? How are we going to search this property? So this is another tip that I've learned. So I go back and I have a look at 6 maps. And I type in that address. How are we going for time? Are you all right? And we search that 5 minutes. Beautiful. I hope I can get this zooming in. Okay, there it is, the property, 76 Oliver Street. If we zoom in a little bit, you can see that it was a subdivided site. There's the front and the back site. But I'll put in over here, I'll put in my lot and my DP numbers, and my dynamic label gives me my street numbers. And you can see that's lot 2 and there's lot 1. But if you look at the buildings, if we can get it too close. If you look at the properties around, they haven't been subdivided. And you can see that they're all part of a bigger DP, which is DP 8389. And the property adjoining, is lot 33 in that DP. So we're going to do the history of this site and we'll go back until it's a mutual history and then we can go forward. So then we go back to our find records and we go back here and we can type in either 76 Oliver Street, but we can type in this new, the lot and DP. So we're searching next door and it was lot 33 in DP 8389. And there we have it, the lot next door. So we're going back into our prior title and we prove we're not a robot, FM4XN, and then we proceed. Great, we've got a title that we can search. So we go back. So we go back, we launch the HLRV site, we launch it, we say we're not a robot, we accept it. And we're searching by volume and folio again. And we put in we paste our title deeds in there. It actually copied everything. So we come up with here, we have a little look. And we can see, yes, it's the land next door. There's lot 33. And we know that we're now lot 32. So we're looking for all the reference to lot 32. So we go back to the top. We get our prior title. This one up here, our prior title there. We close that. We go in and we type in the prior title, which is 3619173. And we go in here, 4 pages. We can see that it's now a lot of land, not just one lot. And if we go down to the bottom here, we can go back a few pages. Not all that many. And we can see that here's the land, the subdivision. There's lot 32, which is the one we're looking at. So we know it must be on this title deed. So I'm just going to click forward because I know where it is. When you're searching, we're now looking for lot 32. So we search all the way down here and we have a look to see, can we find a lot 32? Sorry, it's gone all haywire again. We search there, I'll tell you there's no lot 32 there, I've searched it. We come here, turn the pages around, and there's no lot 32 there. So we think, okay, what's the story? No lot 32, but we know it's on this title deed. The only thing we have at the end here, it says the residue of any other land must be in the title, and the reference is over here. I'd make it bigger, but it's very touchy. Oh, there it is. Lot, volume 6093, folio 164. So we then go into that, see what that residue is. So it's enter, click in there. And you can see from that little diagram that there is our lot 32. And now we can start tracing that land forward and we can work out what the story of that land is. I think I'm going to leave it there because it's all a bit touchy, but I hope you've journeyed through. I hope that wasn't too tedious, but I thought this was the easiest way to explain it. And if anybody ever needs any help, I'm very happy to help people. If you email me, which I did have up on the PowerPoint, we can maybe put that up at lunchtime. I'm very happy to help people with land title searching. So thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Any questions? Any questions?
Yes.
Those aerial photographs, the 1930 aerial photographs.
I meant to show you that too, sorry.
So up until recently, you could only go back easily as far as 1943, but 1930, 13 years earlier, is really exciting.
And the only way it comes up is if you actually click on the lot, click on the block of land, and it comes up here. It doesn't come up in the search, but when you've put in your address and you click on it, click actually on the dot that's on your property, and then the 1930 aerial appears on the side.
Thank you so much.
Is anyone else's head spinning after that? It was amazing, Michelle, but I don't know if I could do it without you holding my hand while I was going through all of those screens and lot numbers and everything. It's incredible. I mean,
it's amazing.
The power of what the digitisation process and how accessible that is, if you know what you're doing and not getting lost.
It helps when I use the physical books first. Absolutely. And now I've got onto the digital.
Yes. Yeah.
Was that okay?
A bit of a spin out.
Okay. Share new content.
And I just think we should congratulate Amy and Ellen and team for not only doing a hybrid session, but hybrid presenters. That's pretty impressive, because I've done hybrid one presenter to a live audience and people on screen, but not this sort of.
It's a whole nother level. You should try it. It's
exactly amazing. Thank you. And arrow keys to drive. Yep. Great. Thank you. And someone's going to tell me when I've got 1 minute to go, Donna, something like that. Okay, good. All right. Well, this will not spin your head out quite so much as the last one. I just wanted to talk about something that we did at Bayside Council, where I work, last year, and it was something that came about because of lockdown in Greater Sydney. So as those of you who also live in Sydney will remember, around about the middle of last year, most people in Sydney went into lockdown. I'm in the Bayside LGA, and we were an area of concern. So we had hard lockdown, can't move outside 5K, and we had several months of that until things started to lift around mid-October. But the message from the government was wear a mask, don't go out unless you have to, work from home if you can. And that really continued until at least into the new year. So all our interaction with customers had to then go online. Unlike some of the other fabulous LGAs that we've been hearing from today, most of our local history collection is not digitised, and if it is digitised, it's not available online. And our IT team were busy doing many, many other things, and certainly not available to be uploading or doing anything sophisticated like that. So then the management said, how are we going to continue engaging with our customers and the people that would normally be coming into our library? And they turned around and said, you can do weekly talks, can't you? Go ahead, go for it. I was like, no. Somewhat reluctantly and grumpily, I was given that role and I took that on. And it was a real pivot. This is not my day job. But we were able to put together a program of local history talks. Now, we are fortunate in Bayside in that there's a long-running Ron Rathbone local history competition. So we had probably 10 to 20 years worth of people who had won the Ron Rathbone Local History Competition as adults. We have a children's category as well. And we felt it was timely to call on them to present their research to the wider community. If they'd already done it in a talk format like this many years ago, why not let them do it again online? Now, that's not to say that everybody felt comfortable doing that online. And I took a leaf out of Ellen's book, how she talked me through my first online presentation when I was doing it to one of these groups, and just helped me feel much more comfortable and reassured with the technology and how to do it. So I did that for a couple of our presenters. And if you've never had Ellen do it with you, it's really good. But there was still one presenter, Professor Ian Tyrrell, who is in his 80s, I think, and just had never taught at university with any of this tech. So in the end, he emailed his presentation to me, and I clicked it through for him, and he did the speaking. But that did mean there's always that bit of a delay, isn't there, when you're presenting online? There was even more of a delay, because he'd be saying next slide, and it would just take a little bit of time before it came to me. And then if he wanted to talk about a particular part of his slide, particularly when he was referring to an image, I had to kind of guess, where does he want me to take my mouse to sort of highlight this part of the image. So it was a bit tricky, but we made it work. We wish we had recorded all of the sessions. So that was a learning for us. And you can see by the numbers there that I've got there that we had a certain number of participants, but then because we were uploading them to Bayside Council's YouTube channel, there were more people that were accessing the recording after the event. Now, I don't know if they just came for 2 minutes or came for the whole 20 minutes, but at least they know it's there and it's available. So briefly, I seem to have lost control. I might need a hand, Amy. Sorry, it's flicked screens for me. It's gone to another thing.
I feel like it's because they're showing it to the people at home.
Oh, that screen. That's the one.
The one?
Yes.
And
well
then
done.
Yeah.
And then I think I can go next. Yay! We're back. Okay, so here's what worked well. Keeping it short. Now, the presenters didn't like this necessarily, because doing a 20-minute talk is much harder than doing a 30-minute talk. But for a lunch and learn, that's how it was branded, it worked well for us, because you have your 5 minutes of intro, a bit late to start, and 5 minutes for questions at the end. Lunchtime time slot on Zoom. We learned to put the link to the Zoom in our promo, so people didn't have to go through Eventbrite to get the Zoom, to register to then get the Zoom link. So it just was like a workaround for Eventbrite. Uploaded to the YouTube channel. I found it really helpful to have like my co-pilot there. So if I was chairing a session and making sure the presenter felt comfortable, I had another co-pilot in the background who was just monitoring things, making sure things were working, checking the Q&A, making sure everyone was muted, and I didn't have to worry about that. Promotion was really important. So I have now joined every Facebook group for every suburb in the LGA, every Instagram, every Nextdoor, every whatever, and I would push it out on those groups. And then if the presentation was about a specific topic like conservation, I'd try and push it out on those groups as well. I really could not rely on the marketing team at Bayside Council to do any of that more nuanced communication. They're big at the sort of broadcast, but not at the narrowcast, trying to find your local interest groups. What didn't work so well was that we learned by error, trial by error, whatever, that you have to have your computer settings right to get a high quality recording. Not every computer automatically does that. We have quite a number of lower socioeconomic groups in our LGA, and they just don't have computers at home. They might be doing FaceTime with their families, but they're not necessarily have computers and doing Zoom or doing Teams or any of that stuff. So we really felt that we were not engaging with those audiences who are core library users a lot of the time. We had a few people in our audiences sometimes who are, when they come into the library, you have a way of managing them because they are serial users of the library and ask lots of difficult questions. If you get them on a chat session in a Zoom thing, they can really take over. So if we knew that someone like that was going to be coming along, we preempted that, and look, it might not have been the right thing to do, but we preempted it and we decided that we would limit the chat to only go to the presenters and not to everybody, so we could manage those conversations a bit better. I had to do a bit of tap dancing at times, a bit of ad-libbing when things weren't working, even though we tested everything. So you kind of need a backup patter, you know, and we'll just cut to an ad break now sort of thing that you can go to. You also need a plan B, because just sometimes some things, I had a presenter that just was where are they there? Where are you? Hello. And it took a bit of time to find them. So just being prepared for the things not to work. And that's me. Any questions?
You said you joined every social media site. Oh, sorry. You said you joined every social media site as yourself or as a council employee?
No, as myself.
Right.
So wherever I can, I would share the council's handle. Like if the council had posted to the library site, I would share that to those other groups, but it would come from me. Yeah, so everyone knows me now. And I really probably should have set up like an alias, you know, something without my surname in it, which is a bit of an unusual surname as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
No, as long as we didn't overlap. No, they
Sorry, I had to repeat it for the microphone. I just said your council marketing didn't have a problem with you going out on your own and doing stuff that's not coming from them.
I used the Bayside handles when I could, yeah.
Oh, hi. Before the lockdown, how often do you do talks, local history talks, or what's the usual services before that, please?
That's a really good question. They were irregular and they were kind of on an as-needs basis. So because these talks were quite successful, and that's being judged just by participants or participation level, not by the quality of the talks, which I still think were really good, but participation numbers are often what people see as a measure of success. We're now doing them monthly. We had planned to go back to them being face-to-face, but the Sydney, Omicron variant, we're still online. We're not getting nearly the same level of participation. I think it's because they're monthly. We're allowing them to be a little bit longer, and there's just less people working from home as well. So we'll review that. If anyone's got any tips on how to still bring audiences, I'd love to hear them. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, John, you're up next.
If we don't have a copy of that, then make one so you at home.
I don't know about you all, but I'm terrified of touching this computer. So you can see I've got my trusty paper notes just in case.
Keep it sensitive.
Should be just the PowerPoint and that USB.
Which one is it? Is that the second one?
Oh, we can drag it onto that location. Yeah. If it works to drag it across.
Is it the PowerPoint?
Yeah, the PowerPoint, yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't go through, just for people at home. We can just go. Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
I've confused myself.
Oh, did we open it yet?
We're going to put it in there, and then we're going to open it in here. Okay. So share, and then we Okay, it'll be here. This one.
Yeah,
That's you.
awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you for the setup.
that's okay. Bucket loads of sweat. It's coming.
Do we see presenter mode here or just mirrored? Either way.
Just like that. Normally,
Yeah,
yeah. And then it's just scroll down.
Yeah, with the down arrow.
And it's got your notes there and stuff. Is that good?
That's fine. All good, John. Hello, everyone. I'm Justin, the Coordinator for Library Operations from Georges River Council, and John probably needs no introduction in this room. He's the Librarian for Local Studies. And we're presenting on a project we did in that same time frame we were talking about with Bayside previously, the COVID environment, where we did a project to engage the community called We Are Georges River. First of all, we'd like to pay respects to the traditional owners of the land and any Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging. All right, a bit of background. In 2021, Council was looking at ways to re-engage the community. We've got a diverse community and we want to get in touch with people that didn't come into our facilities and customers that we didn't otherwise engage with. We had a bunch of photographs and stories already in local studies and they didn't represent that diversity as much as we'd like to. And maybe not everyone was aware of that rich stuff that we had in our collection. We're also a newly amalgamated council. So we wanted to make a project that would help create that identity, that shared history, rather than a history of, separate areas that have been brought together. I should also say, because of that COVID timeframe, it was a really meaningful time for us to have that sense of identity and connectedness. So the pitch that we made to council was to solve all those issues. Our pitch, it's not changing on the screen, sorry. Apologies, you didn't see slide 1 there. Can we just... You'll miss the graphic design magic that we have going on.
There we go.
All right, great. That's our background screen. Like I was saying, we've got a rich collection of stuff already digitized that not everyone's seeing access to. And we also have things that aren't collected that we want to encourage the community to collect. And we want to create that image for council because we're a newly amalgamated council. And our COVID health orders at the time, can't leave home, can't travel more than 5 Ks, meant that we needed to help the community stay connected during those times. Safe project. It was in the open air and it was self-paced. You didn't have to see it with other people. It was available all the time and also allowed for online discovery. You can see our pitch document over there on the right-hand side. It was in essence an exhibition of images that we already had and an invitation to the community to share their own images with us that we didn't have collected, hoping to get some of that diversity. Each image on those exhibition frames. This was our concept pitch. It's not the actual one. We'll get to that. The images were linked to a QR code that could go to a website. We could explore the story behind the image and maybe related images beyond the exhibition that was in place. That living time capsule aspect was a real big part of the pitch because it needed to be a value proposition for council, like that ongoing connection with the community and an ongoing collection for the future. All right, you're not seeing the next slide, are you? Sorry, everyone. Yeah, it's not advancing on here.
Seems very odd. I don't know if maybe you have to go back to the beginning and then
As we go, we'll get onto some of our success engaging the community as well. One of the key things we wanted to do was to get that diverse voice of the community into our collections and make an attractive invitation to the community with this exhibition, with larger than life photographs to draw the eye and to encourage that participation.
I don't know why.
Is this funded through the library or through council?
It was funded through council.
Just use this page. Yeah, this is working now. If you just go.
Oh, cool.
forward.
Thanks for that. We're in presenter mode now. Chime in if I forget anything, John. So we've got our cross-team project that we set up, funded and committed by council. So we had to make a very strong corporate pitch for budget, like a budget bid, and the value proposition was, increasing connection with the community and the diversity of voices that we would collect. It aligned with our strategy to collect those diverse voices. That's in our corporate planning that was endorsed by council. So we've got a cross-team project between local studies, library technology and council events team. We contracted a local supplier, which is another objective of council. So a local supplier made the exhibition cubes. They're taller than John or I. They're giant photo cubes that we'll see photos of in a minute. We contracted another supplier for the website, which included a mobile app, so people could use their phone or they could use their computer at home. We had to shortlist and select locations in the area that we wanted to activate with this exhibition. And then we had to shortlist the iconic images. We've got thousands of images. We had to shortlist them down to hundreds for the website, and we had to shortlist them down to less than 30 for the cubes themselves. And then, of course, we needed a promotional plan. So the promotional plan was how we would engage people, get them to come along and get some visibility. All right, and I guess that flowed into some of the public donations that we got, and it turned into some of the work that we did on the website. So here's a bit more detail on the website. We did get some public donations that ended up coming into the website and the exhibition. Some of the things on the website are these then and now photographs, some did you know histories. If you live in a suburb, you can find out interesting facts about the suburb, personal reminiscences, the kind of things that you have in an oral history or a transcript of. And I don't know if you can see my mouse. No, you can't, but you can see the mobile app there in the middle. The mobile app allows you to geolocate. So if you're wandering around, you can see the location of the thing that you're reading about. As one of the benefits of that platform that we used. That's all on the fact sheet as well that we'll hand out. We also could link our historic markers. They're really a really popular annual project we do. So the historical markers got a place in this as well. The recognition of things of importance in the area. I'll hand over to John for some more stuff on the content that we did.
Thank you. One thing we wanted to do is have coverage throughout the council area, and the councillors pretty much insisted on that. So you can see we had 5 separate locations, pretty much equidistant, and a mixture of 1 or 2 were in high traffic areas such as Hurstville City Centre, whereas the others were in parks. 2 weeks at each location, and then our contractors would move them on to the next location. As you can see, very sizable cubes, illuminated at night time. They looked great at night time, and they really activated the spaces, which was something council was keen on. They were very keen on this, activate the parks. You can see the one bottom right, which is Olds Park in Peakhurst, just on the jogging track. So for a COVID project, it was really good because people were out exercising on this track and they were seeing these lovely photos, and then they could stop and scan the QR code. Lovely image there of Oatley with the grandfather and the kid in the stroller enjoying the images. The exhibition cubes were they were really good value, flat pack design, very robust. And you can imagine putting something like that out in a public space, there is going to be the odd person that tries to see if they can damage it. But no, they stood up to all the elements, the wind and the rain, and it wasn't that great a spell for weather. It still isn't. So we were, of the three suppliers that we looked at, these were easily the most effective. But it was good in as much as we were collaborating with other council departments to get this put into place. So the supplier delivered and installed them, and we do have a couple of good photos of sort of builder's crack as they're bending down to install. But you can see they're having to really work quite hard to get these installed. And then every 2 weeks they come along and move them on again. The bottom one shows you the illuminated nighttime vision. So we had some stats as well. We got a few stories in from members of the public and from local organisations who wanted to publicise their organisation. So we were harvesting these stories. So we got something out of it. The local studies department got quite a lot of photos and also good personal contacts. Our website saw a big uptick with people being driven to the site through the QR codes. And there was even some knock-on effect into our local studies blog. One or two of the images were actually cited very close to where they were originally taken as well, just by coincidence. This is one of our nice photos. It's a photo of the St George County Council electricity float taken in 1970. After publicity, the two majorettes, the two baton twirlers, both got in touch with us separately, and we were able to put them back in contact with each other again. One of them lives in the Gold Coast, and one of them lives down in southern New South Wales. So they've actually been able to make contact with each other again and revive their memories of baton twirling days. We didn't know anything about baton twirling before this exhibition began, so that was an unexpected bonus. So if you want to know more about the project, you can contact us, and we do have a handout to give out. Thank you.
Looks like it froze and then dumped out. So
She's
she's
like
back.
hopefully you should tell you 5 times as the problem, so.
So I can see her here.
Yeah, okay, looks
so
like it's on for us now. I'll go and check on my.
So is that Bridget?
Sound
Ask her to
back
speak.
on.
Oh, you can hear us, Bridget?
Bridget, can you hear us?
Okay,
No.
we can't hear you.
Can she? Oh, she
So
said I
your
can
sound.
hear you. We're here.
Settings.
Mute.
Settings more.
Sorry.
Settings. Device settings. Yeah. The audio, we need to change it to.
Not that one.
Are you muted again? Creston and Creston, yeah, that should be fine. Oh, Bridget is still muted. You need to unmute Bridget.
There,
Bridget,
Hi.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I have a PDF that I can share. So if I click on share.
We can hear you now. That's great.
Okay.
Yep. If you click on share, we should be able to. It's not showing here, Dennis.
Because you've got, but you need to
Check that PowerPoint down there.
Yeah.
I'll share a different screen.
Yes.
What do I want to share this? Yeah. And then close that. And then.
Okay, not sure where this has gone now.
Oh yeah. So as soon as she shows here, I shut that. Boom. And then
No, it's her doing that. That's her doing. Okay, so we've got your screen and we've got your sound now, Bridget. So I believe you're ready to go. If everyone at home is ready to go, Ellen?
I just need to work out how to do the PDF. That's my PDF there, but I'm not sure how to share it.
You can just double click on it. Is it called? Which one is it? The article and reconciliation walk?
No, it's Bridget's slideshow reduced is what it's called. So I've got it on my screen. But I'm not sure how to get it up on yours.
Let me just.
Get her to click on share content.
Oh, wait.
And then select the right window.
Okay.
Screen.
Wait a minute, where are we?
Do I rejoin?
Okay, there's me. Sorry about this.
She might have sent the presentation to me.
Bridget, you're on Teams.
I am on Teams.
So in the top left right-hand corner, you want to click on share.
Yep.
And then it should come up with a little window like that. And you'll either have screen or window. And you want to just select the one that has the PDF on it.
All I can see is the icons for all the other attendees and an image of me.
So up the top near the leave button, the red leave button.
Yep.
The left of that is a share button.
Yep.
Click on that for me.
Yep.
And now it should have presenter mode, then underneath that screen and then window.
Oh no. I think it's quite. No share.
Bridget, did you send me your PDF? Because I think
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So she's only saying that.
Yeah. Yep. So she needs to click on window up there.
Yeah.
Share content. It's such a long lag. I can see me.
Yeah, we can. Would you like us to come back to you, Bridget? Or do you just want to do it without the PowerPoint?
See, there's my. I mean,
Yep.
We can see it.
Oh, can you?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I'm ready to roll then. Okay, sorry about all of that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Bridget Whitbread. I'm a local history librarian for Queanbeyan Palerang Regional Council. I work 3 days a week, and today marks 10 years since I started at council, so woo. Queanbeyan was declared a town in 1838, and the LGA covers an area of over 5,300 square kilometres. It's bordered on the ACT, or as I like to say, Canberra, the gateway to Queanbeyan. We were very fortunate in 2020 and 2021 to have some significant treasures uncovered. Their discovery and preservation might not have happened without a strong network of contacts in the council, the community, businesses and wider organisations. QPRC is currently building a new complex to co-locate council staff and services. This entailed the demolition of 10 Rutledge Street. This building had a beautiful lead light window, and armed with the history of the building supplied by a family member and by early and persistent contact with council, the council officer responsible for the project, we were able to salvage the window, which is now at the Queanbeyan Museum. Sadly, the window is the only item salvaged. None of the 1960s bathroom suites, ceramic roof tiles, windows or brickwork were recycled. It was enormously exciting to discover that lurking under the two-storey building was an intact well. We researched the story of this site, and the latest building was predated by the Myers and Emley's patented aerated waters factory, constructed in 1874. This is the well from that factory. By rapid contact with local history enthusiasts, the council advisors and Trove and the local history image collection, we were able to establish the provenance of the well. I found a wonderful early infomercial in the October 1874 Queanbeyan Age, specifically mentioning the well. It is in remarkable condition, and QPRC have committed to preserving and incorporating it into the new development. They even modified the plans so that the entrance to the underground car park wouldn't damage the well. I organise the Queanbeyan Palerang Heritage Festival each year, and I'm very grateful to the ACT Region Heritage Festival, which is very generous in their support of regional events. I'm able to piggyback on their advertising for free to reach a far wider audience than I can with my zero budget. In 2021, I organised an event called Treasures from the Tip. I invited a declutter expert, an auction house, and 2 people from local recycling shops. One of these shops is called the Green Shed, which salvages items from the tip and is run by Sandy Parks. She recently sent me an email saying that she'd received a World War II framed certificate issued by the Queanbeyan Council. And would I like it? Of course, I knew I would, but as I scrolled down to see the images, I was beyond excited. The certificate had been issued to P.B. Sheedy. This gentleman was a foundation local historian called Bert Sheedy. Apart from writing some of the foundation and cornerstone local history books and articles, his research papers were donated to the local history collection by his family when he died in 2000. I use these family files most days when assisting people with their inquiries. I arranged a handover with Sandy, and I'm afraid it was quite a fangirl moment for me. It remains a mystery how the certificate ended up at the tip, but we're so lucky that Sandy has us on her radar now. Otherwise, someone might have bought it just for the frame and a piece of our history would have been lost forever. These discoveries generated significant media coverage. Community Facebook pages are a great source for gauging interest and issues. The demolition of 10 Rutledge Street had over 200 comments, and a recent discussion about moving a war memorial had 180. It's important to try and capture this coverage as it can be used to support the importance and interest in local history and heritage. I'm very fortunate to have national and ACT institutions on my doorstep. I found them to be enormously generous with their expertise and time, and more than willing to assist with any queries I throw at them. They're a great source of presenters for talks and workshops. However, as well as the Braidwood and Queanbeyan museums, I cannot overestimate the value of local experts and enthusiasts and long-term residents, or the interest and expertise of fellow council staff. I've organised heritage walks where the Parks and Gardens staff have not only made sure the location is in tip-top condition, they've even done presentations on features of the location. It may seem that these are isolated or one-off events, but they would all have gone unremarked and unsaved without active and persistent intervention. So I'd encourage you all to cultivate, create and exploit opportunities among colleagues, the community and organisations to ensure that your wonderful local history and heritage gets the recognition and value it deserves. Thank you. This last image is of the current council chambers built in 1927, and I'm ever hopeful that this is going to be the new home of the Family and Local History collection for Queanbeyan Palerang, as there's no provision in the new building for us. So thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay.
Presentation is Michelle Goldsmith.
Okay. Thank you, Bridget. Next up we have Michelle Goldsmith.
Thank you, that was really enjoyable. People.
Yep.
Why are not the people showing?
Goldsmith.
So under the first or second?
Rebecca.
Is she in?
Oh,
Oh, here she is. Hi.
Michelle.
She's there. And so I make her a presenter. Do I? Okay.
Allow mic.
Allow mic. Is she in present mode? Spotlight?
Yes.
How come we can't hear her?
Michelle's muted.
Marianne, so you should be able to hear me and see me.
Yep, we can now, yep.
Can you make me presenter so I can share my screen?
Yeah. Well, I thought I did.
No, I don't. My share is greyed out still. Aha.
Wait a
Hang on
minute.
a minute. Yep, hopefully.
Yeah, share it. There we go.
Yep, but now we can't see you. Does that matter? Can we hear her?
You'll be able to hear me. That's fine.
Yep, we can hear you. Yep,
So
now we
hang on a
can
minute.
see you.
Yep. So just want to put into presenter view. Okay. Okay, so thank you everyone. My name is Michelle Goldsmith. I'm the local history librarian for Central Coast Council, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land I'm presenting on today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Part of my role as family history librarian for Central Coast Council is to present family history information sessions. These have included how-to sessions on a variety of topics run by myself and around the branches, as well as organising and hosting guest speakers such as State Archive staff. Okay. In March 2019, I had commenced a monthly family history group called History Hounds. Full disclosure, I actually wanted to call it Dead Person Society, but our comms people decided that dead wasn't an image they wanted to project out into the community. We chat about new family history matters and resources, and then open the group up for just general discussion. When lockdown came in March 2020, all programs ceased, and we just sat and watched like everyone else to see what was happening in the world. By July 2020, when we realised COVID wasn't going away, the library commenced online programming. The prospect of moving online was pretty scary. I don't do social media under my real name, nor do I post pictures of myself or anything like that online. So the prospect of coming online and speaking and being seen is actually quite daunting. I started with History Hounds because I have a core group of people who have been with me since the beginning, and I felt that I would be comfortable with them. Obviously, there was a lot of, can everyone see my screen, et cetera, et cetera. To promote remote access that we had to Ancestry and Find My Past during lockdown, I held online sessions on their use, and they morphed into History Half Hour, which were a shortened version of the talks that I had been presenting face-to-face BC, or before COVID. I had also run face-to-face sessions called Digital Creations, which showcase our digital repositories, Central Coast Memories, Nostalgia, and our online, local and family history resources. In these sessions, I also demonstrate how to search the catalogue specifically for family and local history resources. When I moved this online, I actually discovered it works far better as an online session. And just a hint, you can tie your digital resources into pretty much any history or heritage month theme. Okay, so what did I learn from lockdown programming? As I went to introduce Emily Hammer from State Archives, my Zoom kept crashing, and thankfully I had made her co-presenter. So after my third attempt of trying to start, Emily just carried on like a trooper. And I just watched from my iPad where I could at least monitor the chat questions. I managed to log on long enough again to say thank you before it died again. So lesson one, things go wrong and they're out of your control. In this case, Zoom needed to be updated, so I always check that now. This is hard. These sort of things are hard for a control freak, but I have adapted. Going on to lesson two, stats are maintained for a reason. Don't just report them, actually use them. I thought it was good to show that the library was providing a service online that would normally have been available in person. It was slow to the uptake, but I persevered in the hope that things would improve and just keep thinking that at least I was providing some sort of family history programming during lockdown. In February 2021, my job was cut from 4 days to 2 days a week. Then second lockdown hit. It really forced me to reassess what I could actually do in terms of programming, so I returned to the stats. Whilst the weekly sessions pulled in the occasional 8 to 12 attendees, usually it was around 1 to 6. I like to believe if we reach 1 or 2 people, then we have done our work, but in reality, presenting online takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and obviously is a cost to council. So I had a good think and I maintained History Hounds and I rebranded History Half Hour to Family History Forum because alliteration is fun. And I made it a monthly online event. So the positive side of this is that numbers have increased. Last year, there were usually between 15 and 30 attendees for each of my monthly sessions. History Hounds has also attracted some new members as well. So in fact, so far, 293 people have attended my online sessions this financial year so far, including the record-breaking 97 for a State Archives immigration talk. So I'm very, very proud of that. So lesson two, if the numbers don't back you up, review and move on. No matter what you think of your program, the community may not be interested. And lesson three is ensure that all the pets are otherwise engaged before presenting online when you're working from home. Moving beyond, can everyone see my screen? On a personal note, moving beyond my initial online hesitation, I now feel more inclined to follow H.G. Nelson's mantra of step up and have a go, and I have a whole new brand new set of skills, which I'm happy about. Future programming will be very interesting as I wonder if the return to work will see a decline in our online attendees. For example, my Family History Forum last month, we had 14 booked in, but only 4 attended. I'm hoping that was a glitch and perhaps I didn't like the topic because so far I have 25 booked in for this week's talk. I'm hoping that online sessions are here to stay, even if it is a hybrid session like we have today. I believe our online sessions open up our programming to a wider range of people. It increases accessibility to a whole range of our community simply by being able to put on the closed captioning. It allows researchers from other LGAs to actually see what we hold in our family and local history collections. It allows people to join in from work. One of my history hounds sneakily joins in every month by putting her little iPhone next to her computer, and we have these little furtive question and answer sessions with her. So I just hope they do continue. We like to think that we use the build it and they will come road to programming, but always check your stats. And if they don't, and people don't come, move on and onto something else. Listen to the changes within your community, because obviously they are the reason that we are here. But as I said, hopefully we will continue, but always move on if they don't. Thank you.
Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is lunchtime. Everything's running a little bit late, but it means you'll have a short lunchtime. I hope you don't mind. Is Gary Mills here? Not yet, okay. So if you could be back here by 1:45, what's the time?
It's 1:10 now.
So 1:45, that would be great. So thank you so much this morning, and we'll see you in roughly half an hour. Thanks.
The red button on the end.
Yep. Just push that
Get
in.
with your thumb. Yeah, you muted it, and then you just hold it a bit longer.
Okay, and then turn it on. Great.
That same deal to turn it on.
Okay.
Sort of all I need. Well, she's no longer working with Paul, so she's yeah, so she had really past.
And they're all really talented. I was this morning, but I oh, yeah. They're very Oh, no, I needed all that.
I used to.
I guess it doesn't.
Thank you for your guidance. Did you enjoy the navigating those titles?
I've sent you an email. So I've been doing it for 3 years. So I sent you my text. I should have my email. Well, part of the problem, as you explained, the new results on record viewer is not as friendly to navigate, and if you found a bit smaller area, it's a bad mix.
You had a meeting with Tyler?
Yes.
Oh, cool. We're just going to grab lunch before then. We have to be back, but I'll catch up with you.
Oh, you're a series person.
Well, I'm from Datacom It, and we're the resellers of Recollect, so I'm going to come down and speak a few words about
Are you confident in
Tyler's doing the main presentation.
And here's the new thing?
That's right.
Yeah, okay, so.
I'm just here to sort of say, we're the age of Recollect, so we're kind of talking about Australia, New South Wales.
So we'll have Roger speak in the mic, say what you need to say, and then cross to Tyler, fingers crossed, and then you can hop back on the mic.
It's just literally just a video
You're just looking at lunch, so we have nothing to do now.
That's all right.
So when are we coming back, Amy?
1:45.
Oh, so it's only half an hour.
Just walk up.
Unless we can bring Tyler and say to 9:40 or 2.
Oh, yeah, because apparently Tyler, no, Tyler said he started that.
Stay. Oh, there he is.
So, I might be able to turn him on.
Hi, Tyler.
He can't hear us just yet, but... Oh, sorry, we can't hear him. I've made him a presenter. And I'm about to unmute him. And I probably need to get rid of some of these other people. Oh no, Tyler should be able to speak.
Sure, how's that? Can you hear me?
Okay, there we go.
Excellent.
So we're actually just head off to lunch.
Sure.
But basically, you've got presenter status now, so you'll be able to share whatever your presentation is. I assume it's a PowerPoint or something like that.
It is. It's just a PowerPoint. That's all we've got.
But how I imagine it will work is, Roger, I think you'll be able to also just stand here, and if Tyler says something that you need to add on, I think that will be fine to do.
Sure.
Or if you guys want to go separate, or...
We did speak briefly yesterday about it. Tyler, do you want, where did you see me coming into this, in the sort of introductory slide or at the end?
Yeah, there's a slide that has you on it. That's about 5 minutes in max. It's like the fourth slide. So if you can, here, hold on. Let me go back here. I'll just share and make sure you all can see this. Share my window, and here's my presentation. How's that?
Yeah, cool.
Can you see that presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Great.
I'm in the way kind of at the moment. I'm AF up there. That's just because I had the lunchtime presentation. So if I take the spotlight off myself, that should also make it a little bit better. Yeah,
Great, don't worry. Yeah, the audio has been really good for everyone online all day.
It's good quality in here too. So you just you do this part of it, and then I'll just step up and do. Look, I've got sort of less than 5 minutes, Tyler, so I'm just literally going to give the introduction to Datacom It and talk about.
Perfect. You'll see this slide, and I'll call you out and go ahead and just stand up. I can hear you from there if you just want to stand there, or if you want to come closer to the microphone. You might just be standing a little away from the microphone. But if you come
this is me near the microphone.
Yep.
So is that better?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool.
Yep.
All right.
And yeah, so Roger, your face shouldn't be able to be seen, but that's no big deal.
Yep.
Because we can see Tyler. So yeah, that looks like it's all set up.
Yep.
It's about the first smooth presentation we've had all day.
Great. Oh,
They're
could you
always
also
like this, though, isn't it?
promote Gavin Mitchell to presenter? Hopefully he's logging in, or at least come in and do that before our presentation starts.
So Gavin, what's his name?
Gavin Mitchell. I don't think he's on the meeting quite yet. He had another meeting, but he'll be on before we start.
I just realized we're at lunch at the moment, so that's all. Some people are probably listening to this that probably shouldn't
That's
be.
fine. Hi, everyone who's listening.
But so basically, they're coming back at 2 from lunch, so I'm not sure how much of an issue that is for you guys.
Fine.
But yeah, basically at 2, well, 1:55 they'll start coming back.
Yep.
So at 2, I'll make sure that Gavin's also a presenter.
Perfect.
And I'm assuming you two are old hands at this, and you'll be able to work out the what you need to share and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll run the slideshow, and we'll just talk over it.
Okay, so this seems like it's going good. I guess we'll have to head out of the room because we've got this room locked so nobody can come in.
Okay.
Yes, unfortunately. So I guess you can turn your screen off and yeah.
Great.
I'll also mute my mic for now.
See you back in a few minutes.
Yeah, at about 2. Well, I guess 12 p.m. your time, but yes.
For the other one, 4.
Oh, 4. Yes, wrong way.
That's right.
But,
all right. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah, so we'll probably drift in. Probably we'll start drifting back in half an hour, but certainly by 2 we'll be up and running. Okay.
Great. That's fine. I think we have less than 45 minutes, so no worries. There's no, we don't have a ton of stuff to fit in.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Cool.
See you soon. Okay. Bye.
Nope, my sound's off.
Can you hear us, Tyler?
No.
Tyler?
No, can't. Can you hear us? Okay, and we can hear you. That's great. Now, what about your presentation? Will you share that? I don't know why. Yeah. Yep, we can see your PowerPoint.
What can they see?
Yeah, normally this should be us. So
that's his. Gavin's also presenting, or he's part of the.
Oh, he
he's
is.
part of the talk. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't see us. You can only see that. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just stand here to. Tyler, are you ready to kick off?
Yeah, sure. Anytime. Just give us the go ahead.
Are we ready for Tyler? Yes.
Yay!
Yay.
Great. Thanks very much. My name's Tyler Hersey from Recollect. I'm really excited to be here today for the New South Wales Local Studies meeting. Big thank you to the organizers and to Amy for organizing this hybrid event so that we can join both in person and online. I'm really happy to be joined by Gavin Mitchell, who you can probably see here. He's our CEO of Recollect, and by Roger Mills, who's there with you in person, which is great. And Roger is a consultant for Datacom IT. Datacom IT is our new partner in Australia. And you're going to hear more from both Gavin and Roger very shortly in the presentation. So Gavin and I both attended this meeting in 2018, and we're really excited to be back with you again, talking about what we've been working on since that time over the past few years. I know there are a number of people in our Recollect community who are attending both online and they're in person. And we're really excited to see the presentation from Alind about the great Recollect site that Fairfield City Heritage has put together. So we're super excited to have Alind share that with you later in the meeting. Many of you already use Recollect, and most of the rest of you have probably either heard us talk about it or heard about it from your colleagues or used a Recollect site. So I won't spend this time going super in-depth into the product, but what we really want to do is give you an update about what we've been up to over the past few years since we last spoke with you, what we've been focusing on as a company from a technology standpoint and from an engagement and community standpoint, and how those members of our community are engaging with each other from around the world. So I'll advance my slide and hopefully you'll see this. Great, just a couple of quick slides as background. The main tenets of Recollect are discovery, access, and engagement. It's a completely cloud-based digital collections management software platform. It's all accessed right through the web browser. And the main tenet is unifying your digital collections. So all of these local studies departments across public libraries, universities, cultural heritage organizations have these wonderful digital collections. And Recollect helps bring all of those collections together. And that can be digital asset files, audio, video, documents, and images. But it's also stories. It's also information. It's also archival records. So Recollect helps you unlock all the information that's in that content and then tell the story and create a curated pathway of discovery in that. And that is the most important part, is telling your story with the content that you have. And it might be telling the story internally to your staff, to your team, to your members and visitors, or telling the story globally and externally to users who are coming in online from around the world. Recollect lets you connect and link any piece of content or knowledge. And this is something that really makes it unique and helps you create those curated pathways through all of this really diverse content that especially local studies departments have. And it also has a comprehensive access control. So this is really important. It's all stored in the cloud and delivered through the web browser, but you have really fine-grained control over what's completely private and is strictly a staff only or an on-premises, what is members only. Maybe you want to have people contribute to your material and help you add metadata or transcribe your material, but you need to do that in a controlled way. Or maybe you want to make it completely public so that anyone from around the world can come in and share in your stories and engage with your material. And you have complete control across the entire spectrum of access and privacy amongst those. And we'll talk a little bit more about our new initiatives in that area a bit later on in the presentation. But the main tenet of Recollect is really all of your content in one place. So it's a universal digital asset viewer for scores of different types of files. So it's going to automatically transcode and display a couple of dozen different file types that you might want to upload, from image file types to documents and PDFs, audio and video. It will automatically take those files and turn them into a really nice web viewable format, and then let anyone come in and engage with it on any device with a web browser. And then for any other file types, and hundreds of other file types, Recollect allows comprehensive cloud storage, preservation, and controlled downloading so that you can share that with people around the world, but you have total permission and control over that. It also allows you to tag on any item, so not just tagging on photos like you're used to with Facebook, but tagging in documents, tagging in audio, tagging in video, so you can identify people, places, topics, events. The thing that really unlocks the stories that are held in your content and allows users to come in and discover moments within your oral history interviews, or moments within a video, or something in the background of a photograph that's really important to what they're looking for. And they can discover that just like a full text search or a keyword search in a document. And then for those documents, It's got automatic OCR, optical character recognition, as well as user-based transcription through the web application. So for your text-based documents, it's going to automatically run OCR. So all of those are immediately keyword searchable or full text searchable. And then if you have handwritten material, your users can come in, and they might be internal to your staff, they might be external amongst your community or around the world. And we have some of our Recollect community working on really exciting projects for user-based transcription that I'm sure you'll hear about in the future. And one of our big focuses over the past couple of years has been adding really significant management and preservation capability for collections. And those collections might be digital assets, they might be physical collections, they might be information collections and records. So we now have integrated tools for OAIS-based digital preservation, as well as expanded transcoding capability for files. And we now have archives and collection management tools for teams for managing any of your collections, not just digital asset files anymore, but physical collections and inventory and archival records and archival collections. So it's a really powerful suite of tools, and Gavin's going to talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. And another really significant milestone for us is our partnership with Datacom IT throughout Australia. So Datacom IT is now our local Australian reseller. They have offices in Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, and multiple other cities, I think. And there with you today is Roger Mills. And Roger is a consultant with Datacom IT who's been running implementations for public libraries, helping them to get their content into Recollect, get their site online, and have some great outcomes for engagement for local studies material. And I'm going to invite Roger to say a couple of words right now, if you can.
Okay, thank you, Tyler, and thanks for allowing me the opportunity to introduce myself as the implementation manager for Datacom IT. As Tyler was saying, we do all the implementations in Australia for Recollect. So being here and being in Sydney enables me to come and speak to you about that. And one of the other things that we offer is tailored presentations. So, I think you've had some presentations about Recollect already this morning. If you'd like a tailored presentation to suit your needs of your particular library, do feel free to contact us. Happy to do a presentation to you and your team. One of the things I thought I'd do is just introduce Datacom IT a little bit, where very much like NZMS, which is the partner organisation of Recollect in New Zealand, who started out in the cultural heritage sector in digitisation and imaging. And we've been doing that really for the last 30 years. And so we've got a good idea of that, that part of the cultural heritage market. But more than anything else, that led us, listening to what our clients were saying about their needs to make their collections, their newly digitized collections, accessible online. And we could really see a need to look for a system that could enable our clients to do that. And over the period of 12 months or so, we looked around, and as I guess Tyler's just been demonstrating, Recollect is such a good fit for accessibility, discoverability, and engagement with local studies collections. Of course, council libraries make up probably the bulk of our implementations. For instance, we've been recently working with Queensland Council Libraries. They're at Ipswich, Moreton Bay, and Noosa. Suggest you maybe go online and have a look at some of these sites. Of particular interest for me is the Ipswich City Council Library. They've integrated the local curriculum into their Recollect site, and so they're actively engaging with schools to allow local students, primary and high school students, to look up local history assignments and the like. And it's a really good example, I think, of community engagement with the Recollect platform. The other thing I would say is one of my favourite aspects of being the implementation manager is actually working with local studies librarians, drilling down into the communities that are going to be using your system. And we do that through a series of workshops where we look at your users and look at how they're likely to want to access your site, through metadata configuration, through the way that you arrange your widgets and tiles on the homepage and throughout the site. And so one of the things that Recollect offers, and I think this is one of the determining factors for us when we first looked at it, was that it's not just about buying an off-the-shelf software CMS system. You're actually buying an experience. You're actually getting an experience with this, where we're integrating your own team, looking at your users, designing the workshops, data workshops and user experience workshops in line with what you think your personas are likely going to want. I think that's pretty much all I want to say. Other than, I'm going to be sticking around after this presentation, and if you'd like to speak to me about arranging a bespoke presentation of the system to your team, do get in contact with me, and I'm happy to do that. So I'll hand back to you there, Tyler, and allow you to continue with the conversation.
Great. Thanks so much, Roger. I'm so thrilled you could be there in person, and I'm so thrilled to hear in-person meetings happening again. I wish I was there in person with all of you again, but a little bit more to go on the New Zealand border situation. Great. Well, we'll swap back to the presentation, and now Gavin Mitchell, our CEO, is going to talk a little bit about what our Recollect community looks like now compared to what it looked like in 2018 when we were last with you. Hi, Gavin.
Thank you, Tyler. Could everyone hear me okay? Tyler, a thumbs up if you can hear me. Yep.
Coming up okay.
Right.
It's a little soft, but...
Again, thank you, everyone, for the invitation to come back and present again. When we were there 4 years ago, we were excited, I think, at the time, to be breaking through the 30 customer mark. We had expanded out of New Zealand into Australia and had added a number of customers. Now that we're back talking to you, I can say that we've now exceeded the 90 customer mark, and we're truly global in terms of our spread around the country. In addition to the pins on this particular map, I can say that we've now added customers in Western Australia and Hong Kong, and have a number of other interested parties across North America and Europe as well. So it's really exciting times for us to be able to grow this platform into such a wide audience. Our audience is made up almost evenly split between libraries, universities, archives, and what I would classify as others, which are often clubs and professional societies. And that's true in almost every market we go into, that we get that split. So you can see how we've expanded out in the Asia Pacific region with sites in Singapore and, as I say, Hong Kong coming on board. But it's exciting if I look at New South Wales on the next slide. We can see that we now have 20 customers split almost evenly, as I said, across those groups in New South Wales, amongst which are 6 libraries. And we're obviously keen to see more libraries and councils pick up Recollect and enjoy the benefits of that. But yes, it is really exciting times for us to be growing this quickly and expanding, and to work with partners like Datacom It across the world with our partner network to be able to deliver the services as we are.
And apologies to Coffs Harbour, who didn't quite fit into this map. They would have skewed the scale of the map too far, so I couldn't fit them in. But I did fit in Central West out on their own. But we're really thrilled. Look at all these incredible organizations, and we're absolutely pinching ourselves every day that we get to work with such incredible libraries and universities and clubs and the City of Sydney Archives, and it's just incredible. New South Wales is a super special place to us, and the history of New South Wales is incredibly important to us. So we're really glad to be a part of your community. Great.
Okay, so one of the benefits of having such a large community is that we're able to expand the way that we engage with our administrator community. So we're holding more frequent community forums, not just providing update on the platform and the company, but also expanding our discussion around the use of Recollect through topic-based administrator sessions. So, for example, we've got a session coming up talking about Indigenous rights management for special collections. Now, this isn't us talking to the community and telling you how you should approach this, but it's a dialogue between well, led by two of our administrator groups, but it's a dialogue between all members to discuss these topical issues and finding ways to work through these challenging opportunities. And increasingly, we can spread across multiple topics of interest and enable our administrators to share knowledge, to raise new ideas, and to guide our thinking in terms of how we might develop our roadmap. So that leads us to the special interest groups, where we've now got, as I said before, a reasonably diverse audience of administrators. And we've created special interest groups that we've promoted amongst our administrators, where people that are interested in getting together to discuss topics common to them, whether it's public libraries or universities or archives or rights management, or the special interest groups we have going at the moment. These aren't meetings that we drive, but rather we've facilitated the creation of them, and they're self-run groups intended to allow members to share knowledge, raise topics, and really cover ground with people of like interests, rather than trying to cram it all into one big meeting once a year. So having such a large community of administrators means that we're able to offer more to the administrators to basically grow knowledge, and for us to be able to take those ideas and embed them back into the platform. Tyler, do you want to add anything on those?
I just want to add some of our diverse presentations we've had recently are from the State Library of Montana in the U.S., Punahou School in Honolulu, Noosa Libraries, and the University of Waikato Library in the North Island in New Zealand. So it's really wonderful to bring these like-minded people together from around the world, where they can share their collections, they can share their intentions, they can share their outcomes, and share their methodology too. It's really wonderful to get everybody together for sharing that knowledge and learning from each other in an online situation. So it's been really successful for us, and we've been really thrilled to have so much interest and engagement from our users around the world. And this is just a couple of our new sites from around the Asia Pacific region. Punahou School in Hawaii is one of America's oldest college preparatory schools. I believe they were founded in 1850. Has a few alumni who you might know of, including President Barack Obama. They have wonderful material related to the school, related to Honolulu, related to Hawaii, and about academia in general. So I really encourage everyone to go. It's open access. Find that Punahou Archives Recollect site and have a look in there. They have wonderful, wonderful historical content. And they've done a great job of organizing a really nice homepage for exploring their collections based on their yearbooks and their alumni bulletins and material created during the history of the school. Another great site from the Asia Pacific is the Yale National University of Singapore College, and their library has put together a great site documenting the first 10 years. It was a very new institution, and so they actually have been documenting the founding and the first few years of the institution's history. So it's wonderful to go in there and look at the real-time capture and real-time creation of history. So that's a wonderful site as well. But we know there's going to be a great presentation from Fairfield on their Recollect site, so we'll let them do the case study a little bit later. And one thing we really want to talk about, our focus for the past couple of years, is really drilling down on the idea of human-centered design and configuration. And Roger talked a minute ago about these configuration and persona workshops. And through the years of doing, these 80, 90 plus cultural heritage related sites, we found that it's incredibly important to focus on your outcomes and focus on your users before you even start the process. And so we're going to kind of talk philosophically about this now. And these principles are applicable even if you're using another platform or literally any project you do. with a lot of online library platforms, catalogs, things like that. We find that they're really suited to users on a desktop or on a kiosk in the library searching, and they're not necessarily suited to the way that people consume content right now. So we have this incredibly configurable and flexible platform. So what we're focusing on now is really going hands-on with every group that comes into our community and puts their content in Recollect, and having the first steps be figuring out your users and anticipating their needs. So the first workshop that we do is user personas, getting stakeholders from all of the different parts of your organization in, and then defining those segments of the audience and of the users. And then anticipating those users' needs, because they're quite different, as we'll see in a moment. We want to define the types of user experiences which are going to be required, and that's based on where the people are accessing from, what kind of people are accessing your material, what devices they're using, and what situation or environment they might be in when they're accessing your content. And then that's going to facilitate the wayfinding and curation of those digital journeys through your content, and that's through your digital assets and your content and your stories and your information. So the first workshop that we do in this string of workshops to implement a Recollect site is focused only on user personas. And it's incredibly important to think about the users and the best outcomes for them literally as the first step in the entire process. So we use these user persona workshops to gain a consistent understanding of the target audience, and then deciding what aspects of your collections that you really want to organize and promote. And because the collections that especially local studies departments are putting into Recollect are so diverse, it is incredibly important to focus on how to promote those and how to use all of these collections and digital assets to curate those wonderful stories and curated journeys. Doing the user personas first is going to give you more engaging messaging and more engaging content, and then really help make your service and collection access more efficient and effective. So the first example, we're just going to talk about one example of the benefits of user personas and how understanding your users can drive really, really fantastic outcomes for them. And the first is just thinking about your user's location. So this is, where are they accessing from? And here's a little bit of a chart that kind of gives you 4 regions, 4 divisions of the globe where these users are accessing from. So we have a few different types of user personas laid out in this graphic. And then we've segmented into how or where they are accessing your material. So within your organization, this is within the library, is going to be your staff and visitors, people who come into your facility. Maybe they're going to be accessing on a kiosk or one of your computers that has the library catalog on it, or you might have other interactive devices that people can access your material on. So they're really in your facility. Then if you move to the right, there's your local and regional users. And this is local history groups like the one we're here with today, your content creators who might be developing podcasts, they might be making YouTube videos. They really are trying to promote their own research and promote their own stories or stories that they find in your community. They might be writing books, they might be authors. So they're spread over people who visit your location all the way through to people who might be visiting you globally. And then we have our researchers up the top, and the researchers might be professionals, they might be hobbyists, they're going to be a little bit local, but really they're national. They might be working on national research for an academic institution, they might be working on an art grant, something like that, or they might also be hobbyists, and we find that hobbyists tend to work on a really national level, and they will access material from all different parts of a country. And then down the bottom, leading into global, we have family historians, and the family historians are accessing your content from all around the world. So you want to think about configuring your user experience and your metadata for family historians who are coming in maybe from the other side of the world to look at stories from their family. So let's keep these in mind. We'll keep these in mind, and then we'll move into these enhanced analytics. And this is the kind of user information you can get back when people start using your site. So what platform are they coming to you from? On the top left, this is showing that 69% of the users to this Recollect site came in from mobile Facebook. So they are at the bus stop, they're looking at one really quick story, they're on their phone. So you need to think about configuring for that experience. If you move to the top right, this is the number of pages that a person viewed before they left and went and looked at another site. So really it levels off around 4 pages. So you want to think about telling your story within 4 pages, or telling that one curated pathway within 4 pages, because then they're going to go on to another website or another experience. And then down the bottom, what we just see are users by device type. And this is how they are looking at your material. Is it on a mobile phone or a tablet or on a desktop or a laptop? And if you put that together with the user personas, it's really easy to figure out how you should be organizing your design for the site, your user experience, and how you can best cater for great outcomes for those different types of user personas. So for people accessing in your building, you want to really cater for people coming in. They're going to come in person. You can be showing them through. You can ask them metadata questions and ask them what they're going to be looking for. Or they might be using a desktop kiosk in your library. But if you move to the local and regional users, yeah, they might be coming into your library, but they're going to be on their mobile phone. So if you're telling local and regional stories, you want to make those bite-sized. You want to have digital assets that are really easy to view in a mobile device. You want to cater for those very quick, bite-sized, snackable mobile experiences within your local history content. But if you move to national, now you start getting those researchers and family historians and content creators, and you can really start to dig into the metadata. How do people who are doing serious research want to take a deep dive into your content? You can use extensive metadata and finding aids while still catering to some of those users on mobile devices. And then if you move to a global level, and that's your professional researchers and your family historians, you can really cater for those desktop experiences where people are really digging into your rich metadata, running full text searches, and going through a number of pages and documents to get exactly the information that they want. So this is just one example of how really focusing on those user personas and the desired outcomes of each of those users gives you outcomes that are based on humans. They're based on the people who are going to come in and use your site, and not just on the perspective of one single stakeholder or one type of stakeholder. So it's incredibly important to us to talk to you and all your stakeholders and your whole team about those outcomes for your different types of users, get everyone to come in and talk to each other. One of my favorite user persona workshops recently was with the University of Sydney Archives. They had folks from the university's marketing department there, and some of their archivists and people who knew they supplied each other or worked with each other professionally, but had never actually spoken about how they interact and how they both use the same material. And it was incredible to hear them discovering about each other and how to configure both of their workflows and all of their content to enable easier and more efficient work from each side of that equation. So this is a huge focus for us in leveraging our technology for these human-centered outcomes. Another part of being in the community is offering a lot of data training. So once you get the site up and running and your content in there, and then it's disseminating that information to your different types of users. And for our community, we now have new data and platform training offering. And Gavin, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we're offering generic training courses online for small groups, 6 to 8 members per session, for introductory training for administrators, intermediate and advanced. We'll be advertising these out through our administrator groups fairly soon. So as people take on new staff or want refresher training, they can book a seat on these online training courses. Apart from general administrator training, we're offering some data-specific training around how to organize your metadata, some tools to use in preparing your data in spreadsheets, how to deal with handling large volumes of data during ingests. So a lot of the common issues that crop up for people dealing with large volumes of data. And then, as well as the online courses, we can always organise custom-specific training for our customers around their specific configurations, and that could be based on topics of interest or covering a specific part of the administrative curriculum for refresher purposes. But again, this is the value of being in part of a larger community where we can now organise things efficiently across a wider range of members.
Great. We found, especially with a lot of people moving to new roles, either within an organization or into a new organization, we had a lot of new administrators coming on board this year, and we want to make sure that all those people are excited about the technology and the tools that they have at hand, and it really helps get everyone's level of engagement up to have some more training and really empowering administrators. And that's a really important part of Recollect as well, is that it's totally in your control. So the administrators can completely configure the site and a lot of the finding aids. So it's important for everyone to have that background and confidence and know what they're doing. So give us a shout if any of our existing community members are interested in more training, either for yourself or for new team members that you might have. And that can be any type of stakeholder who uses the site. Another big focus for us in the past year and a half has been on user contribution and moderation tools. So Recollect is really unique in that it allows your users, your library members, your staff, people in the local area to contribute their own content, and their own content could be stories, it can be memories, it can be comments, but it can also be digital asset files that you want to accept. So that's photographs, documents, audio, and video. But then those contributions go through a really robust moderation queue, and this is something that I know Northern Beaches were really big on, being able to moderate all of these contributions. They wanted to accept them, comments and memories from the community, but they also needed to be able to moderate those so that everything that was published on their site was something that they approved of. So we've greatly enhanced our contribution upload tools so you can accept specific types of content. You can have rules around accepting those types of content. There are declarations of copyright and of ownership that can be gates that people have to go through before they can upload their own content. We now have a lot of different site variables in the administrator panel that allow our admins to control those contribution-related site variables. So do you want to accept and publish comments? Do you want to accept and publish uploads of photographs or video? Gathering content related to the pandemic was really popular amongst our Recollect community, and they could literally just turn on the contributions module and have people upload their own content into it. Content goes into the moderation queue, and then the admins can decide what to publish. So it was literally crowdsourcing not only stories and memories, but also photographs, audio, and video that people might want to share, and then preserving that in perpetuity. So you can moderate all of the different types of contributions now, and now you can download all of that contributed data as well. So you can get it out of the system in a spreadsheet format or download zip files of digital assets if people upload those. So it's a super robust way to allow your community, your users internally, externally, around the world to contribute their own stories, memories, content, and digital assets, but you're in total control the entire time over what makes it into your repository and what you publish for the public or for your members. Gavin, anything you want to add on the contribution and moderation?
No, I think you've covered it.
Great. And we have a couple of really exciting new pieces of technology that our admins can apply to their site to increase interactivity and discovery. And Gavin, why don't you talk about the map search and the origin of that?
Yeah, so this is an extension of our discoverability tool set. So rather than just showing a map with all the pins of the collection, We've extended the search capabilities into the map view itself, where you can search specifically for terms within certain content type, within date ranges, and apply other values. You can also apply that search into a geographic space by simply drawing a square, creating a circle, or even creating a complex polygon if you're searching within a particular border of a community. Then to bring those results back, and then to be able to select items from the results into a list, which you can then download the list, you could share the list, or you could add the list to your own collections. So it's a much more interactive way of working with geospatially aware content, and greatly enhances the experience for users where you do have a lot of geospatial information about your collections.
This is powered just by putting those geo-coordinates into an item. And the item can be a photograph, it can be just an information record, it could be a document, anything that has a specific geolocation. You just put those coordinates into a field, and that will make it indexable and findable with this visual map search. So this is really exciting. All of our existing Recollect users on the meeting, we are excited to see what you all do with this tool. I think it's going to be great for people who have a lot of geospatial information. And it's also just a really fun and interactive way to let people explore your content in a super visual way.
So a quick comment on those geospatial coordinates. You can enter them, your members can contribute them, but you can also scrape them out of the EXIF content, out of photographs that have appropriate information, particularly contributed items. But we can also automatically generate EXIF from address data. So if you've got your configuration set up properly, content with an address will generate a pin if you set that up, or we can generate an address from the geospatial information. But obviously it's a current address, not a historic address. So there are lots of ways of generating that content in Recollect.
Great. This is one of my favorite features that's been added in the past year or so. I get in there all the time. And in addition to the map search, we're extending functionality in a number of new ways with powerful new tools for data management and data curation. Some of these are already released and available, and some of them are coming very, very soon. I'm going to let Gavin talk through these three really important and powerful extensions to Recollect's functionality that we've developed in the past couple of years since we last spoke to you.
So the digital preservation module is an extension to being able to store the content in the cloud. So by being in the cloud, you could label it as being preserved because it's in a safe place, it's well managed, it's backed up, and all of those things. But digital preservation goes a step beyond that, where you need to validate that your files are still the files that you loaded originally. And we do that through the digital preservation module with fixity checks on the checksum generated when we ingest the item. So every 90 days, we're validating that none of those files have corrupted in our storage. But more important than that, you can see a report that tells you that that is true. So you can verify that your files are safe. On top of that, we provide a mechanism for you to be able to migrate from an obsolete file format to a new file format for your originals. So we don't do that translation for you except as a service, but we can store the original file and the new preservation master, which is an accessible master, in the platform so that you've got the original as well as a current accessible version. For those that are interested, happy to go into a lot more detail, but it is a complex area that requires a bit of discussion. Archives and collection management is about creating data entry forms for handling transactions involved in collection management activities, such as accepting new donations, where you might create a donation record, you might create records for the items, you might also record the assessment that went on, during the collection process, and you might also record information about future activities you might need to do for conservation or otherwise. And so rather than creating 4 different pieces of information in Recollect, you can create a single form to collect all that information that then populates 4 different records in Recollect. Beyond that, it also provides an element of task management where you can allocate tasks, create and allocate tasks across a team. So it suits those collections with a larger group of either volunteers or employees working on those collections. Really, it is for larger organisations, but it's there for those that are interested in exploring that. We're happy to talk that through further. And the third one, the exhibition tool, is currently in development, and it's intended to create an online curated exhibition for you to be able to tell your stories and to be able to set up a navigation in a similar way that you would through an exhibition room or centre, where you can effectively replicate the concept of moving past displays in a room or going back to the lobby and entering another room. But you're able to tell the story by picking the digital assets and putting them onto a slide with text and stories, and to be able to combine things like somebody telling a story whilst you're seeing an image and a description of the image, and to make it easy and to make it highly visually appealing. So that's in development, should be available middle of the year. But again, it's something that we're happy to talk to you about.
Great. So give us a shout if you're interested in any of this extended functionality, if you want to take a look at it, see under the hood, take a look at some of the outcomes and the user interfaces. We'll be talking a lot more about all of these as the year progresses. So as we use our technology to build really easy and engaging tools for sharing your stories based on local history and local studies. That's all we had. So that's the end of the presentation. We're happy to take questions. If anybody has any questions, either online in the chat or there in the room, you're also welcome to just, chat to Roger after the day. We're excited to hear Alynn's presentation about Fairfield Heritage, and she'll give you a great look at a real live Recollect site and what goes into making one of those and bringing all of those diverse collections together in one site. So thank you so much for having us. If anyone has a question, we have a few minutes left, or we're really happy to chat later on.
I've got to run to another meeting, so I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for having us, and I'll leave you with Tyler to answer the questions.
Great, thanks, Gavin.
Hey Tyler, it's Justin from Georges River. How are you going?
Hey, I'm going well. How are you? I can hear you well.
Technology question. Happy for a general answer to you. Don't need to go too in depth, but I'm just curious about search engine penetration of content that's in Recollect. In terms of someone Googling something they're interested in and getting a meaningful result. How's that?
Good. It's great. We are indexed by Google, so you can discover material with a Google search and then link right into Recollect. It's a little dependent upon how you set up your site and the links between your site. The way that Google indexes and crawls sites is it, looks for those different links between items, and that's what Recollect's real strength is all of that really extensive metadata linking. So sometimes it can come up as a tree. If you Google a site and you get their main site up the top and there's a little tree of related hierarchy underneath it. A site like Upper Hutt City Libraries can do that well. Or if you just Google a string, there's someone's name and there's just a photograph of that in a repository, Google's going to return the link directly to that photograph. One great thing about Recollect is that each item has its own persistent URL. So when Google crawls that, it's going to bring back a link directly to that item. And so users only have to run a Google search, click on that one link, and boom, they're right into your Recollect repository, and then they can search around within there. So we're really big on any sort of discovery door in. If people want to use Google search, if they want to use Trove, we federate content to Trove, we federate content to Digital New Zealand, and now to DPLA, the Digital Public Library of America, now that we've brought on the State Library of Montana, and we're implementing the State Library of Arizona right now. So they federate content to DPLA. So we're thrilled for any doorway in to Recollect, but then within Recollect, you get to create your own curated experience. And I think that's really important as far as making it look like you and feel like you and telling the stories in the way that you want to tell them, and let people just discover a photo with a Google search. I think they're both equally really important. Great question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. I've got another quick one. Do you want to make any comment about any work you've done with libraries using the Spiders LMS, integrating with that, with content from Spiders or migrating from Spiders?
Yeah, sure. We have a couple of customers who use Spiders as their LMS. Spiders, they talk about having an API, but it's not necessarily an open API, and they have their own Spiders Archives module. So what we do is we kind of run in parallel for those groups. Recollect holds the digital assets and the stories, and Spiders has the catalog. But you can link between the two. And a great example of that, and they don't use Spiders, they use Sierra, is the State Library of South Australia has done an awesome job linking their Recollect site with their library catalog. And we have a number of customers who are now doing the same thing on a wide variety of different catalog systems, because there's so many different types of software for that. But if you go to the State Library of South Australia's digital collections, they have awesome circular linking between their Recollect site, and then you can click on one hyperlink and it takes you right into their library catalog. And in the catalog, there's another link there. And I think Helen from Sutherland Shire was on the meeting earlier, but Sutherland Shire's done a great job too in doing that, having that circular path of discovery, having a link from the catalog into Recollect, having a link in Recollect to the catalog. So there can be some metadata juggling. Sometimes you have to do a bit of a match and attach. You need to format your metadata a little bit and then use a match and attach method to put it into the catalog. Not all of the catalogs can harvest. If they can harvest an OAI PMH feed, then you're golden. They can literally just come and harvest the Recollect links right out of Recollect and put them into the catalog.
Hi, Tyler. It's Michelle here from Northern Beaches. How are you?
Oh, hey, I'm good. How are you?
Just to confirm, our images are very well found through Google searching on our Recollect site. So we find that really excellent. We're interested in the training that you were talking about, and just wondering, do you charge for this training or is that part of the package?
Depends on the customer. Some people have their professional services package, which gives you a certain number of hours per year, and you can absolutely use that for training. That is a great use of it. If you don't have the services hours, then it's an a la carte cost. And I think the cost is going to vary depending upon whether it's group training or whether it's that custom training. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for. I recommend figuring out exactly what you want. You're welcome to pop into the group sessions, but if you want custom training, then we'll tailor something exactly to what you need with our new features, our extensive metadata work or anything like that. So if you have the services plan, it's a great use of those hours. If you don't, then it's a la carte.
Great. Thank you.
Great. That's awesome.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the presentation.
All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Bye.
Who's the next person in person?
No. From home is Naga.
No.
Tyler, Stone.
Do you want to do a quick intro?
We can, yep. She's already, this is already has been made.
Hi everyone.
Hi, how are you going?
I'm good. I'm Najat Abdullah.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick introduction for you. And have you got your presentation there, and are you able to share your screen?
I think someone downloaded the book for me. I think that was Ellie or someone else. If you have any question or anything, or you want to have a look at the book, it's already, I think, shared. Someone sent the link to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just opening up the link now. So just for everyone here in the room, this is Nagat Abdallah, project team from Melbourne. She'll be going through this document, Cooking, Recovery and Connections, a project led by public housing residents to support COVID-19 recovery and the well-being of the residents of the 9 towers in North Melbourne and Flemington. Okay, welcome, Nagat.
Thank you so much. I will open my camera. So thank you for showing interest to share with us the experience that happened in Melbourne. I will start by acknowledging the traditional owner of the land that I'm speaking from, the Wurundjeri Willam clan, and I pay my respect to elderly both past, present, and future. Cooking, recovery, connection. The idea born when the hard lockdown happened on July 2020 in Melbourne, the area of Flemington and North Melbourne during the pandemic of the COVID-19. Most people who live in the area, they are from migrant and refugee asylum seekers. When the lockdown happened, it was really very unpleasant time and experience for everyone, for each resident of the area. On July, CoHealth took over and hired us as health concierge under the buildings, because most of us, we were resident in the area and some not. So we start working as health concierge to provide information, health guide for whoever want support. But the thing was, it was very challenging work for us because not everyone was welcoming us as people sitting under their building while they are locked in their flats. So lots of things, lots of details was happening, but then we tried our best to find ways of how to engage or connect with them. So after lots of meetings within us as health concierge and how to assist the resident, we find out that food is the only language that can bring people together. And we start to talk to people about recipes. So it was really very unpleasant. We were sitting at the downstairs on the foyers with our tables and bags and resources. So whoever coming downstairs, they will see us. So they were looking at us as part of the police and the attack that happened to them. So someone in this situation, it was very hard to open even the peaceful conversation. But then we found that food is an international language that we can connect to people with. We start to talk about recipes. We start to talk about music. We start to talk about our families. Then things become really so much in daily basis because some of them, they came from a culture that they share food every day. But for us, we can't share because it is COVID time. We can't share food. Also, was one of the hardest things, to say no to someone who is sharing their food with you. So the idea being created, CoHealth organization, they took over and they fund this project. So how we started, the idea actually was how to engage people, how to come out of this negative experience with resilience, with connection, with engagement. So instead of talking about all the negativity was happening, that to show people this experience can empower them and they can come out of it with very positive experience that they can talk to their kids about. So Cooking Recovery Connection was born that time, but actually we start working on it on February 2021. And it was led by the community itself. And it was everyone who has recipe in this book is a resident of these towers. So the details of creating this book or this project, also it was so challenging for each of us. But then again, talking about food, talking about recipes was really something brought everyone together. And the one team that from everyone in this era, they become as one family. So sometimes we were not able even to bring people together in person meeting. So we were doing our meeting by Zooms or Teams. And then it was other organizations too assist us, like AMSA Mosque and Sister Works. Sister Works are an organization that led by women, and they assist women to empower women who came from a refugee background to be economically empowered in Australia when they arrive. And AMSA is one of the biggest mosques in the area of Flemington and North Melbourne. So the book contains almost 15 recipes from all areas: India, Eritrea, Somalia, Ethiopia, Egypt. And each recipe has a story. Maybe for the person who read the book or see the recipes, it thinks that it's just ingredients of food. But for people who share this book and they share their recipe, it was really meaningful beyond just a recipe, because each recipe has a story. I can share with you a story that Navit, page 29, what she said about her butter chicken and how it means a lot to her. Even when we reach out to her, if she wants to participate with a recipe, she was so happy to do that. So page 29, the butter chicken. So she said, I love butter chicken because there is a very beautiful story behind this. When I was a child, my mother cooked butter chicken for my big family, and everyone enjoyed it very much. She taught me this recipe. I love this because it is my family favorite. It's my family favorite dish, and I'm very far from them. Whenever I miss them, I cook butter chicken. So imagine for Navneet, when we came to her and asked her to cook or to share her recipe, how emotional she was and how this, like butter chicken, was really meaningful for her. But she came out of the experience with all the resilience. She was really empowered that she will be an author for her own recipe within the, this dark time that happened in the area. My time was from 2:35 to 3:15. So if you want to ask me something, I can stop. But there is something, I have a request here. Whoever want to buy the book or want to have a look, you can go to the homepage of CoHealth. And if you want to pay any amount of money for the book, it's a free book, but we are trying to assist the organization Sister Works. So you can click on the link and you can contribute with the smallest amount you want to contribute with to this group of women, because they were there for the launch of the book, which has been postponed for 3 times because of the unprecedented lockdown was happening every time in Melbourne. But then we held the launch via Zoom. And after that, they celebrate the authors of the book. I'm talking about Sister Works. So their link is the homepage of CoHealth, so you can receive your digital copy, and you can donate to sister work if you want. There anything that I can answer or can add?
Thank you. I'll just check. Does anyone have any questions? It looks like a great book, great initiative, and very important during those times of COVID. So here's the link to the book.
Mm.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, who's next? Okay. Next up, we have an in-house speaker. So just 1 second while we do our little tech business, but I will be with you shortly.
No, you got heaps of time.
Change this into the sky again.
Now would be a good time for a toilet break if anyone would like. Change to... And then...
Yep, you're good. Just make down your video.
I'll find the presentation. Sorry, I'm confused here. Here we go. Yeah, I'm wearing thin. But it'd be great. Oh, fantastic. Oh, damn. Okay. Slideshow.
Do you want me to put the website up as well so you can click and go to that or not?
Yes.
Or I can just click end slideshow at the end.
I wonder if they can see what we're sharing. Oh. Ellen, can they see this presentation at home or not? Not yet. So it's just that. It's like making this presenter box. Oh, share. You changed what you share. There we go. That's what we. There we go. Like that.
And then if I want to go to the website,
yeah,
I can pull that up now and then I can just click change to share screen.
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you want to go to the website? I'm not sure how you toggle between. So yeah, the presentation showing now.
Is up on the...
And I'm just not sure when it links out. It's a bit like when the lady from Northern Years, once she was out, she was only showing. So I don't know if you want to go to it at the end and
I'll just
stay
do
in
that.
it then.
Yeah. I'm not going to go back to the...
Yeah.
To the thing.
Yep. And then there's just a few people.
What's that?
I can introduce you if you like. Or
Yeah,
did
sure.
we already do that?
No, you haven't. So if you want to introduce me.
I didn't want to.